Guys, let's get rolling. So this meeting is going to be recorded. Folks that applied for grants are listening. The general public might be listening. Just be mindful of what you say. I want everybody to feel like they can speak openly and freely. Just when we're talking about organizations and applications or individuals, just act like they're in the room with you. Don't say anything you wouldn't want to say to their face. For any public that's on, we have a public comment period at 12:15. That'll be your opportunity to speak, and that's the only time we'll have for public comment today. Um, and yeah, with that, let's jump right in. Do we want to go around the room and introduce ourselves to start with? Just who you are, where you're from, who you represent on stack, or what your affiliations are on stack. Bob, want to start?
Sure, Bob Walker. I'm with the Montana Trail Riders Association from Branson, Montana. That's enough.
I'm Tom Anderson. I'm advisory committee from Kalispell.
Jason Howell from Yellowstone, representing everybody but Ashland Snowmobiling and horseback riding.
I'm Mike Patterson from Butte. Just represent all forms of recreation.
Fort Lincoln from Hagen. It's on the far western edge. A lot of people don't know where Hagen is. Montana Night Riders Snowmobile Club primarily, but I represent everything that we might want to do in the woods.
My name's Stephanie Clement with the Recreational Trails Program. I'll be presenting tomorrow on the Recreational Trails applications. And then it looks like we have Julie Riley online, so I'm gonna let her talk. Julie?
Hello,
Hello.
I'm from Eastern Montana and I love working on trails.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, and I'm Hunter Harris. I'm the Trail Stewardship Program Manager. So today we'll be talking about trail stewardship. Tomorrow we'll do this again for the Recreational Trails Program. Just some overview information about the Trail Stewardship Program. I think most of us know this, but for any public that are online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed Marlena.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry about that, Marlena. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey, sorry about that. I don't have audio controls on my screen, but I think you can hear me now. I'm Marlena Lanini. I'm in Billings and I'm not affiliated with any particular organization. Just excited to look at all these different trail applications.
Thank you. And Marlena and Julie, if I could, I can promote you to panelists. This is a webinar format, so I have to allow you to speak as a current attendee, but as a panelist, you'll have more control and be able to maybe participate a little bit easier. Do you want me to promote you for that? It might be easier for discussing applications.
Whatever's easiest for you works for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that'll work. All right. Thank you. You might get a notification.
Okay. So Trail Stewardship Program is a state program that was approved during the 2019 legislative session, passed into law, to fund trail projects throughout the state of Montana, recreational trails and trailside facilities. It's administered by Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The funding for the program comes from $1.35 or something like that from the Montana $9 light motor vehicle registration fee. That's the opt-out fee for state parks when you register your vehicle, as well as marijuana tax revenue, recreational marijuana tax revenue. Up through 2025, the program's awarded over 7.6 million to 180 different projects across the state. And last year in the 2025 legislative Senate Bill 310 was passed, which is the first update or revision to the program. And this changed the apportionment funding allowed new project types and allowed for advanced payments. We'll touch on that again in a bit. And the State Trails Advisory Committee, which is you all, and what this meeting is for, is a governor appointed committee to advise Fish, Wildlife and Parks on recreational trail use and development throughout the state on federal, private, and state land. Currently, the staff has 9 out of its 10 positions full. Laura Pankratz ended up resigning last summer after last year's scoring due to jobs and other commitments. And this in this meeting, we'll have 8 of 10 committee members scoring applications and involved. Phil was unable to take part in scoring this spring just because he had other commitments. If we do lose any other members or moving forward, if it looks like folks have other commitments, we'll probably reach out to alternates or do another application cycle for a couple new staff members here, potentially next fall. Trying to think other staff updates. The goal of this meeting is to get a recommendation for the State Parks Division Administrator. The recommendation that comes out of this meeting will be what moves forward to her for her approval. And then today we have a treat for everybody. We have folks from our budget office here to talk about the TSP revenue accounts and our previous grant cycles and expenditures. So I will turn it over to you guys real quick.
Do it up there.
Wherever you want to be.
Okay, I'll go up there. Hi folks, I'm Joy Ross. I'm a budget analyst. And I have this in a paper handout form for y'all too.
Okay.
So you can see this better, but it's the same thing that's on the slide. Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you. Thanks. So it's a little bit blocked by that bar up there, but as Hunter mentioned, the revenue sources for this fund, there's a few. We initially got the light vehicle registration fee, and that was in there, I believe beginning in 2020. And then starting in 22, we got a huge influx from the marijuana tax revenue. So that's the biggest chunk of our revenue in this fund. We do earn a little bit of interest on the fund balance as well. So you'll see that there are 3 revenue sources. And then the next section here, I'll walk you through the appropriations. So these are on the state side when we go to the legislative session and we say, hey, we would like the authority to spend this much money on this trail grant program to grant out. This first bucket up top, that was an increased budget we got once the House Bill 701 was passed to allow for that marijuana tax revenue. So even though we earned the revenue, or we received the marijuana tax revenue starting in fiscal year 22, we didn't get the cash from that revenue until 23. So we weren't able to start spending it until 2023. And then these next buckets of the appropriation, those are just our continual House Bill 5 requests for this grant program. So beginning in 21 all the way through 25 up to date, we have spent down quite a bit. So as of fiscal year end 2025, we still had a little bit of remaining authority from the 2021, 2023, and 25 sessions. However, it does look like the 21 and 23 buckets are pretty much all allocated for current projects. And then you've got this 4 million from 2025 yet to allocate for projects this biennium.
And yeah, the allocations, that's funding that we've awarded out in previous grant cycles that's been obligated towards existing grants, but remains unspent.
So, that's the current status. Has the department heard anything yet about, that's the authority we're given by the legislature.
Mhm.
But I know there's been more money than that rolling up in the special account.
So, yeah, so then this is your fund balance at the end, that fiscal year end of 25 was 1.5 million. And then in fiscal year 26, if we do spend down all of these, then that would leave us with about just shy of 890,000. So,
And what this doesn't show, which we don't know the numbers yet, obviously, but we're accruing monthly, correct? That we're accruing tax revenue and the registration revenue as we go.
yeah, the light vehicle registration just comes in as people monthly as they register vehicles. And then the marijuana tax revenue, it gets deposited at the end of every year. So we usually don't see that until fiscal year end. Sure. Till June.
Well, I know that the fiscal bureau a year ago said that the recreational marijuana money should be, let's see, I think it was right around 2 million, as I recall, 4%.
No, that's what's at the top of this sheet here, Bob. It's unfortunately covered up by that.
Yeah.
It might go away up there, but.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I had long discussions with your department administration head there
Mhm.
During the legislature. And she explained to me why the department wasn't going for full, what I call full authority. But
Mhm.
so now I'm gonna be curious just to see where we stand. This is good information. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, so the full disclosure, House Bill 932 passed this last legislative session, which it changed the way that the marijuana tax revenue gets allocated. In the end, it will be about a wash. We should be consistently getting that to about 2.2. It changed the amount of revenue that's taken from the top before they allocate that 4%, but it ended up just being a wash. And so it looks like it's going to remain consistent, but we also don't know if we'll be able to retain that revenue, if there will be more legislation to try and remove the funding from FWP. We're not sure. So who knows?
Well, I'm glad to see that information about the total revenue.
Yeah.
So that's what we were expecting, frankly. So I'm hoping we see the department going with proposal to the governor's office this next time for what I call full authority, which would be at or above 3 million per year. Okay, good. All right, good news.
Any other budget related questions?
Not easy on me.
Light vehicle registration fees, that's just based upon the gas tax money that comes in for what they anticipate comes from for snowmobiling, motorcycles, side by or whatever. How does that?
It's actually your annual registration. There's a $9 fee that you
Okay, so it's on the registration, it's not gas tax.
Yep.
And,
Yes.
and that's a full-size motor vehicle registration. I forget the way it's phrased, but there's like a checkbox that's automatically checked that asks if you want $9 for state parks admission and maintenance. So there's a kind of a list of stuff on it for state parks. And if you want, you can uncheck that box and don't have to pay it, and technically don't have a free admission to state parks anymore as a Montana resident, but it's automatically checked on the registration when you register online.
And then gas tax money, because I think, doesn't that have something with the snowmobile grooming and some of that?
That's the recreational trails program.
That's RTP.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then those programs get the gas tax, so like the snowmobile program is funded through the gas tax, so is the OHV program, so those monies are allocated to the legislature to those programs.
Yes, snowmobile and OHV both get money out of state gas tax. The
Okay, I just
RTP
wasn't
money
sure.
comes out of the federal gas.
Okay.
So.
You can do my job.
Not-
Over this year.
Till it comes that spreadsheet.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, and these numbers, if we need to, we can hop back to this slide, or you got your handouts during conversation, but especially when we get into talking about scoring or just the program in general, it's a good thing to keep in the back of your mind as we're discussing just program demand in general, which here is a spreadsheet that I put together, just showing what our authority is in the blue lines, and then how much funding we awarded in the orange, and then what the demand was or the requested funding was in the green. And by and large, that's a pretty like typical up and to the left trend line of more applications, same amount of funding, and same amount we can award. A few kind of ups and downs in the first couple of years, but since 2024 anyway, we've had the same amount of funding to award more applications every year. And I think you all probably felt it this year with the extra applications, just more to look through, more kind of difficult conversations to have in your head in this room in a minute here on how that funding is going to be divvied up between the applications. So this year, I think I get, here's the number of applications we've gotten and the number we've funded, blue and orange lines respectively. And since 2024, it's very similar trajectory. This year, the gap between funded applications and submitted applications will probably be as large as it's ever been. In the 2026 application cycle, we had 74 applications. Little less than $4.5 million in funding requested, which was a 14.7% increase over last year. It surprised me how small that number, the percentage increase was. But that's still pretty large when last year we had almost double the amount of applications we had funding for. Only $2 million to award again this year. And we have 121% more project funding requested than available. So 100% would be fully using that 2 million. So 121% over that 2 million. And just looking back at the 2025 grant cycle in comparison, 61 applications, so 13 less, and about 800,000 less in applied for funding. We were able to fund 44 projects last year. This year, I think we probably should be ballpark in that range, give or take. And last year we were 93% over, so almost double the amount that we had to award and apply for funding. The 2 million number this year, I think we have roughly 2,030,000. There is a little bit over that 2 million. For the sake of our conversations today, I think we should stick to that 2 million mark. I think we should have a backup application or two in each of the categories, or some partial funding options for when we get to choosing applications and funding levels. And if there can be more funding put towards those, we'll try and do that. We've got a little wiggle room. We don't need to get it down to the penny on that 2 million today. We can be a little over. So Senate Bill 310, I think this is the first time, this is first cycle this has been implemented for. And we saw in the applications, some of the new ideas, new application ideas and new things people are requesting. This is the language out of the legislation that has created those changes. But trail related projects, economic impact studies, feasibility and planning, safety and ethics education was added. Trail data collection for safety and planning was added, and equipment purchases and maintenance were added. At the beginning of this process, I felt pretty good about equipment purchases and maintenance. That was fairly straightforward and what type of applications we got. And I was able to put a little supplement form together for folks to fill out that was attached to the applications you all looked at. Planning, I really didn't have my head wrapped around. This cycle, I think it's kind of seeing what we got and seeing what everybody thinks about it. We'll have some applications to look at later today that are precedent setting, that it's the first time the state's reviewed an application like that and tried to interpret this law and apply it to these new project types. And it's the first time we've had you all, the State Trails Advisory Committee, looking at projects like this. So especially, I hope to talk about most, if not all, of the new eligibility projects we got applications for, whether they're being funded or not, and just hear what you all think, what in the future, how we should look at similar applications. The revised percentages for different project types. So we had been kind of under a handshake agreement is what folks have been saying, but under a loose 30-30-40 for motorized, non-motorized and elements of both projects. Now we're held by law to a 40-40-20 split. So 40% motorized, 40% non-motorized, and 20% elements of both. The elements of both has kind of been throwing me for a loop a little bit because that is now a required category. We have applications that meet that elements of both. Motorized and non-motorized are pretty self-explanatory with some little minor intricacies there, but I don't think we will get into too much of that discussion today. The elements of both, what is a true elements of both project? I know looking at applications was something that I think we could debate and something I think we should talk about with a lot of them today. That was a self-selected item on the application, so people could just pick elements of both for their project type. And I asked you all to kind of review that and to check it and let me know if you thought it should be different. And then in the spreadsheet, myself and the internal review panel kind of scrutinized that a little bit further. And we'll see that in a minute here. But something to think about. We are required in the past, the 40% elements of both category, at least last year, we very loosely applied that. It kind of went to whoever needed it. Just was kind of a slush fund in the middle. And this year, we'll have to look a little bit closer. And then advances really won't apply to our conversation today, but it'll be pretty meaningful and make a big difference for those that are awarded funding. Now successful grantees will be able to be advanced 75% of their grant award once their agreement's in place. And then the remaining 25% once that first 75 has been spent. And the way I guess I plan to administer that part of it is to have applicants will have to request that funding. It's not a have to in the law, it's at FWP's discretion whether we do that or not. So I'm gonna have them request how much they want, what it's for, and what the time frame they'll use it in will be. We don't wanna advance a whole bunch of funding out there and have it sitting without a plan to get it spent.
I noticed like the motorized, non-motorized, and it might be just the RTP one, but there was some that had other listed. Is that an option? Is it maybe just RTP where that was?
In the RTP application, there is a category for when they're listing their user types as other, and they
Yeah.
can put in other things.
I see.
So they might put like scooters or
Okay.
mutters, something that we might not normally do, but we don't really base our categories off the other, because the other is usually like a secondary benefactor, it's not usually the primary, and we usually base our categories off the primary.
E-bikes.
I think while we're talking about, we were talking in the car on the way over here this morning, but I think that's the direction that TSP should go in future years. Have folks applying, call out the user groups that'll be using their project, primary and secondary. And then our internal review panel and this body can have that conversation of what category does it best fall into. We'll see in a second here, but there were a bunch of snowmobile groups that were in the elements of both categories, snowmobile clubs. I guess the internal review panel pretty clearly felt that yes, there are non-motorized users that benefit for that from those projects, but it's primarily a motorized project, motorized club applying for it.
I think that's kind of the way we've done in the past, isn't it? Really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, essentially,
But in the past, we've had a hard time getting enough applications for motorized. That may have changed this year.
yes,
That's why.
we are, and again, depending on how you apply that elements of both category, we are over the 40% allocation for motorized this year.
I think it's just how like TSP had their application set up. And so like for RTP, we don't ask them to clarify that they're motorized or non-motorized project and just say list your users. Whereas TSP says, are you motorized or non-motorized? And so I think what he's saying is like, let's have them list their users next time.
And that is one thing as well. This year with applications, I ended up pirating an application text box that went under that question to use for our focus areas. Long story short, but there were kind of some glitches in the web grants program when I was setting up that application. I think initially there was a whole part of that wasn't working for the first window, the first week of the application window. And then we got it fixed, but next year, hopefully we're updating our web grant software. It seems like that's gonna happen, and we'll be able to revise those application questions to better capture some of this stuff and to add in maybe some more leading questions on
I'm giving you the look, because we've heard about changes.
I think,
Tried changes, I mean.
yes,
Right?
Trying different changes now.
trust me, we got tired of hearing about it too, but I do think, much more optimistically than I ever said this before, I do think we've got a pretty clear path forward now, and it seems like we're moving that direction, and I think it will be the best outcome for everybody involved.
To the staff, the other staff that's here, we tease a lot too. Can I ask a question that's,
You bet.
I probably should hold it for later, but you'd mentioned we're over the 40% for motorized in TSP. Did you reach the 30% for RTP this year, Stephanie?
Based on what we will be proposing tomorrow, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's about all I have for my PowerPoint. I'll pull up the Excel spreadsheet unless anybody else has something they want to talk about or touch on before we just dive in.
I have a request.
Sure.
When we pull up what you're gonna share next, if we could just double check how it's gonna appear here,
Yep.
since it's a smaller screen.
Yes. I was looking at it up there earlier.
Yeah, so Natalie confirmed that this is what she sees, so you just have a big spreadsheet.
Okay.
We'll see what you pulled up.
Okay, and before I pop up my spreadsheet, I just have to apologize to you all. I'm a little less well put together than I was last year. I think, I don't know what I was thinking in early January when I set the deadline, or whenever that was, in early February, I guess, when I set the deadline of yesterday for getting your scores in. But one day with a meeting all afternoon on that day was not enough time for me to prepare nice polished handouts and a nice polished scoring spreadsheet for us to use. So what we're gonna look at today is exactly where my internal review team left off with looking at projects yesterday. It's a little bit messy, it's a little bit confusing. I'll open it here and try and explain it.
One more maybe request, can you get rid of the 25 stuff on our reviews?
Not currently, no. The only way to do it, and I think I did this was it for you, Mike?
Yeah.
I can go in and delete them out one at a time, which is, what, 61 applications.
Yeah.
I deleted out for Tom. The only thing you can do is sort them. So if you click on that opportunity title part, it'll sort.
I found myself in 25s occasionally. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like,
I had the same thing happen where I pop it open and click into Absorco Wilderness Foundation.
yeah,
But then it's like, oh, this isn't even this year's grant.
right.
When we go to the updated web grants, I know. We're hoping, or at least I'm hoping we'll be able to clean out some of that
Yeah.
excess junk.
Maybe even just one more bar up on top, 25, 26, before whatever it is.
Yeah, they'll be able to filter
Bring
by
those up,
application
yeah.
cycle, yeah. Did anybody find it valuable having previous year's grants there to look at? Did anybody go back and reference them?
No.
So there's no real utility in having them there.
I think I did once, but it was, yeah, it wouldn't have been necessary, I don't think so.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I don't know why it drives me nuts. I won't specifically say what it is, but do you think that people that are applying, is it implied any place in there that they might face possible partial funding? That, you know, rather than saying, no, I won't accept that, it has to be all or nothing? Or do they understand that there's been excess requests compared to the amount of money we have available?
I guess I have a little bit of a hard time knowing, that question, to me anyway, reads pretty clear is, would you accept partial funding? Yeah, I'm trying to think from an applicant's point of view, how they read that. For me, it's crystal clear is, would you take something over nothing? Yes or no?
From my perspective, the benefit of that question is if you have a project that you're applying for, and if you don't get full funding, that project's not gonna happen, it's not meaningful to receive partial funding, then that's when it makes sense, like for us, for this organization, this is an all or nothing project. So that's why we just need to know. Another piece of it is a lot of people will put in useful details, like if we get partial funding, we will prioritize this part of the budget or this piece of the project. And that helps us make a determination, like what is a meaningful amount of money to provide if we were to partially fund? And those can be discussions we typically have for RTPs, like we want to partially fund them, but what would be?
A couple even
meaningful?
got creative where they were partial would be okay, but they sure hope they could get at least 60%.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
It's like they already had their mind.
helpful for us here today because they kind of outlined what they would like to get for a partial that will help us, because obviously we gotta say no to some folks.
yeah. So and maybe there's a better way to word that question in the application and we can look into that, that more gets at what we're really trying to figure out.
I think it's a good one.
You can only handheld hold people's hands so long, Stephanie. That was clear as a bell. And I think you guys explained that in your training session. that question. You know, I'm sorry, I think it's clear as a bell. I don't know.
Okay. And if you said no, that has for several years said, yes, you know, it's all or nothing for me. After several years, maybe it's.
Oh, no.
I understand if you're asking for to build a bridge,
After
you know,
breaking me
we've
out.
gotta have the whole hog or we can't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to unplug somebody. I need to plug my computer in because I'm the one presenting.
Just while you're working on
I
that.
may be able to reach this one.
Sorry, Hunter, I don't want the recording. Unless you want to take over. For those online, we're just trying to figure out a way to plug Hunter's computer on.
No, it's tough this year, I outsource.
If you could take over hosting duties.
Split between two.
Or-
Obvious intention to use it.
Yeah. We'll just adjourn for a quick second here. We have a laptop battery that's dying, so.
All right, 5-minute break. If anyone wants, we do coffee, some drinks and snacks over there, so please help yourself.
Can you answer me, my hair's gray, I don't think, so I'm on the government, got onto the.
I think we're all there.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, so, anyway. So am I supposed to go to one of the categories here to get on to my grants, or do I just?
You're just on the internet now, so it's open a new window.
No, thank you, I should have been able to figure that out.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, I appreciate you coming.
Yes. Good luck with your contract. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Can unplug my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
line, taking a break to set up some tech stuff, so when we come back. Anyone online, if you are here to make a public comment, can you please raise your hand so I know to call on you? Keep your hand raised for a moment here while we get set up.
It's just routine. It's like, oh shit, don't worry, did one last week, we'll do another one. They do like 65 a year, 300 worthy, right? That's good.
Okay, so we're jumping back into it. The first thing we're gonna do here is public comment. We have a few folks online. Again, if you would like to make a public comment online, please raise your hand and we will call on you one-on-one, one by one. So the first person here, I have a Deborah. If I'm going to,
And I'd just jump in real quick. This will be the only opportunity that folks have to comment. If there's anybody online that has a project that we'll be talking about today. In the past, sometimes we've opened it up for individuals to talk about their project while we are discussing it. We won't be doing that this year. So if you have anything to say about your project, now is your time to say it.
okay, Deborah.
Hi, I ride my horse at Cedar Flats and I love the area. I'm excited about phase 3 because I'm hoping for a safer place to park and a place to turn around. And it sounds like there's a possibility for that in phase 3. That's all.
Thank you. And for folks in the room, I know that was pretty loud and I'm quickly trying to find a way to turn it down just a little bit. But we might just have to hold on. Hold on to our actions.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
good.
great. The next we have a Jeremiah.
What's that?
No, I need to talk for 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeremiah Martin, and I'm also calling in support of the Cedar Flats Phase 3 with Gateway to Glacier Trails. I know that there is partial funding for some of that, and then I think winning this grant will help complete that loop, and they've got a track record of getting a lot of work done in a short amount of time.
All right, thank you. Next we have an Amanda.
Hi guys, my name is Amanda Minatra and I have the privilege of running Gateway to Glacier Trails, and I am also commenting on our application for Cedar Flats Phase 3. And also thank you guys so much for taking the time to look through all these applications. We really appreciate that. Cedar Flats has just been really vital for our community here in Columbia Falls. For anyone not familiar with the area, prior to Cedar Flats, we were all packing up our cars and driving 20 to 30 minutes to get on the trails. And the creation of this trail system has fulfilled some of the SCORP goals of connectivity, enhancing the network, expanding access. And we're just really grateful for any potential or partial funding available. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Know where they were.
Oh, and then I'm sorry, there's actually another Amanda, so I'm gonna allow you to talk now.
Thank you. Yeah, we are mighty in Legion. My name is Amanda Berlinger. I'm the president of the Flathead Snowmobile Association, and I just would require some clarification on what is included in phase 3 of the project, because the project details on the scope and analysis and in the environmental assessment, it doesn't describe these trail systems and the chunks of work in phases. So is this the Trail 08 expansion, or is this the expansion into the Forest Service Road 316?
Great, thank you.
Was that really wasn't a time for questions on public comment or run that?
Yeah, that was kind of a question, but yeah.
It's up to you guys.
Okay, we will hop into our spreadsheet here. Real quick, before I do that, I was remiss in not introducing our advisory panel. We have Brad Cullen for the BLM and Beth Shoemate, the Assistant Parks Administrator. If you guys want to introduce yourself and go ahead.
That's right while we're having.
Give us food that you want to.
Yeah. Beth Shoemate, I feel like I know just about everybody here in the room. Yeah, just here to kind of listen and hear all of your good feedback. And thank you for taking the time to review this amount of applications. This is a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of energy. So just want to say thank you. And yeah, just really happy to report that as an agency, I feel like we're moving in the right direction with a better grant management system that will hopefully alleviate some of the review concerns. So I'm taking some notes, just like, okay, because we're trying to make sure that we just have a really great streamlined system for ease of your reviewing as well. So, yeah.
Thanks, Beth. I'm Brad Cullen. I am BLM's Trail and Travel Management Program Lead for Montana and both the Dakotas. I work for the state office out of Billings, but I'm based in, and I was a recreation planner in Butte for about 15 years. Continuing on with my travel. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Okay, jumping right into it. So like I said, this spreadsheet is a bit of a work in progress. So if you can see down here at the bottom, I have tabs, non-motorized, elements of both, and motorized. And then all those applications are based on the stack project type, the stack consensus project type with the edits, the internal review team, which was myself, Amber Lopatine, our parks planner, Rachel Reckon, an archaeologist for the FWP, Mike Belonza, who is a regional rec manager out of Bozeman, and Seth MacArthur in charge of the snowmobile HV programs we're all on. So we had our consensus recommendation and the stack consensus recommendation. This started from the stack consensus, and we made some edits to that yesterday. I'm just going to try and clean this up to make it a bit easier to see. So this is non-motorized. Right off the bat, the ones highlighted in green are what we could fund if we fully funded the top scoring applications. So we could fully fund the first 13 or the top 13 scoring applications, and that's out of 50. So we have $800,000 to award. A little under 2,800,000 applied for in non-motorized applications. The elements of both applications, I don't have any highlighted here right now. That 20% allocation would be 400,000. We've already done a little bit of moving around here. Again, I think there'll be a lot of discussion around these elements of both applications. And some of these that are down here below that were applied for as elements of both, I think we should talk about and see if we want to put back into that elements of both category or keep them held out in the motorized or non-motorized category. But as it sits right now anyway, we're about 150,000 over that 20% allocation for the elements of both category. And then motorized, it's $800,000, 40%. We are about $150,000 over that as well. And again, a lot of these elements of both projects got moved into the motorized or non-motorized category, whichever they seem to fit into better. Clearly had a primary user that they aligned with. I guess I'd leave it to this group. Do we want to start with motorized or non-motorized? I'm just seeing the way this is going. I think the conversations for motorized will probably be the simplest. Non-motorized, if we decide we want to try and partially fund as many projects as possible and spread the funding around, I think that could really eat up some time, and we'd want to be looking at applications and having some kind of in-depth discussion there. And kind of similarly, the elements of both category, I think there's some applications there we'll want to talk about, and then just whether they truly are an elements of both project or fit better into one of the other categories.
Just streamline this a little bit, so the elements of both that were put in that you went to motorized, that they're almost in all instances were snowmobile grooming, is that correct?
Yes, and we can go through those one at a time.
Well, I think we can also, I mean, I don't know if if the committee can just agree that, I mean, like I said, snowmobile grooming, we know is gonna be used by other people. I mean, we all know that's gonna happen, but the primary use and funding and everything is for snowmobiles. I mean, I don't know that anybody at this table is gonna argue that. Or, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up. It makes it easy. Does everybody feel good about that? If it's a snowmobile club applying, it's a motorized project?
I mean, if others can get some benefit out of it, that's great, but I mean, it just seems like it should be, you know, it's really hard to just pinpoint exactly something that's gonna be just one.
The one kind of exception to that was a little bit different to the snowmobile project is this 10 Lakes Snowmobile Club. They had a warming hut. And they were in the elements of both category for the same reasons. We moved it to the motorized just because snowmobiles seem to be the primary beneficiary of the project.
It's at but that one was at the end of the road up at the lake, and there's horse packing trails and stuff that go off of that too, right from that same area.
Yeah.
And that might certainly be a more of an element of both, I guess, I don't know. It's a different use.
Sorry. Marlena, did you have something to say? It looked like you raised your hand.
Oh, I just had a question again on the elements of both, but it was a little bit different than the snowmobiles. Like I saw one of the ones that got categorized to non-motorized was City of Billings. And I know for the RTP grant program, Billings has, I guess it was TrailNet in Billings, but they've typically been elements of both because they allow e-bikes. And so that would be another topic of discussion for elements of both versus non-motorized. If bikes category, I know we talked about that a lot last year.
Why the RTP?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. I almost made a slide for this and then figured I wouldn't because we didn't have too much controversy around it. So I did ask one of FWP's legal team about that. Unfortunately, without some behind the scenes work, don't have the references right here just to pull it up and show you, but I can send it out in an email later if folks want to see that. TSP or not TSP, FWP has an ARM rule. So that's an administrative rule that we've made on what a motorized vehicle is. And that ARM rule references the DMV definitions of motorized vehicle. So motorized vehicle is ATV, full-size vehicle, UTV, dirt bike, all that stuff, snowmobile. In that DMV statute, it has what is not a motorized vehicle. And in there, it doesn't explicitly say e-bike. I think e-bikes were probably, didn't exist when that statute was written. But it talks about motorized bicycle not capable of going over like 28 miles an hour or something like that. Lawnmowers, go-karts. So that's kind of where we sit with that right now, is that even e-bikes, the Montana legislature hasn't clearly defined e-bikes in the state of Montana. So the best thing we have to go off of is that DMV motorized and non-motorized statute. So with Billings TrailNet specifically, and this applies to a lot of the communities in Montana. So City of Helena on their city trails doesn't allow any e-bikes. City of Bozeman, City of Billings maybe allow e-bikes on their city park trails. I know City of Bozeman, it's all in any of them. If you can walk on it, you can ride an e-bike on it. Kind of outside of that hard legal definition, I think back to what was this program created for? Who were the players that got together to advocate for this program? I think we'd have a little bit of a hard time passing a red face test if there was an e-bike only project of not funding a snowmobile trail project or a OHV trail maintenance project or an e-bike project. For what that's worth. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that?
I was just gonna add that it might get confusing between TSP and RTP, because for RTP, the federally funded program, we have to consider any trails that allow e-bikes are considered a diversified trail by default, essentially, because they consider e-bikes motorized. So that's a big difference between the two programs, just.
Doesn't the state as a whole consider e-bikes motorized as far as? Or is it just FWP that, or doesn't FWP considers them motorized?
FWP uses the DMV definition to define motor vehicles. The DMV definition for motorized vehicle does not include e-bike. It doesn't directly address e-bikes, but there's some sort of motorized bicycle not capable in going more than like the people with the little 2-stroke motor kits that put those on their bikes. That's what it's referring to, which, yeah, I don't like the grayness of it and the kind of fuzziness of it either, but I think that's kind of what we have to deal with.
So the general rule is if it requires a registration of any kind, it's motorized. That's what you're going with?
So for this program, it would be snowmobile, dirt bikes, side-by-sides, ATVs.
And they could go on any.
Perhaps Jeep.
They can't go on federally funded trail, but they could go on state funded, any state trail, an e-bike in Montana could go. But.
Or national.
Unless you're buying a trail.
Can't go national park because I'd be better.
I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but that's getting a little out of my wheelhouse.
I'm just trying to get a feel for which of these trails that are on these, in this grant application, which of these trails that they're doing that are non-motorized could technically have an e-bike on.
They all can.
Well, and see, that's where we run into systems there too, because Brad's shaking his head back there. Yeah, the feds have their own definition, which does look at these trails as motorized. City of Bozeman has a different definition where, yeah, e-bikes can go on any trail. So there's no consensus with the land managers on what you can and can't do.
Bozeman's the only one I'm aware of that has a kind of open rule on e-bikes.
Billings does as well.
What was she saying in the Billings as a rule?
On typically they're allowed on hard surface, like shared use paths along the state highways. Most of the cities allow on their hard surface trails urban trails in town. Generally, where they're restricted is on the natural surface trails. That's what Zula does, it's what Helena does, Kalispell does. They're not allowed on natural surface non-motorized trails. And that's the way it is with BLM, essentially, is it not? Well, Brad?
Any
Yeah,
trail on.
any trail. Yeah, any trail.
Would have to
Natural-
be open motorized.
Yeah, it's going with the natural surface, but yeah, that's right. Forester, it's the same way.
I'll just add that the legislature has attempted legislation to better define e-bikes in the state of Montana. I think they're on 4 sessions of attempts,
Right.
failed attempts. It just never passes. It's
The
such a.
technology is approaching so fast. and-
Yeah, it's just, right, and so, we'll see, we're about to enter another legislative session. I anticipate there will probably be another e-bike bill where they attempt it again to just get out of this gray area, but. Yeah, currently, the way Hunter described it, and Stephanie on federal lands, that's accurate, so
Yeah, where the big,
it's tough.
debate is with e-bikes in the legislature, I know, but even amongst bicycle clubs and communities. It's the natural surface trails that are designated non-motorized. Almost everywhere they're allowed on the hard street, asphalt, concrete type trails in communities. And along the MDT Sheridan's Pass. But the big debate and what's killed every bill in the last 4 sessions of the legislature is the attempt to allow them on any trail. And to not allow them, the agencies would have to do public scoping and the majority of people that are opposed to it are saying they'd rather they not be allowed automatically. And then an agency could go through a public scoping process and decision-making process to allow it. So anyway, it's the natural surface trails, it's the big debate. Not so much on the hard surface.
Well done, Bob.
I've been there for 4 sessions, and that's been debated. It always comes down to the same stuff.
So we just have to decide how we're gonna apply it today, that's all I'm saying.
To address the city of Billings application, I'd ask the question to the group who the primary recipient of that project was. I don't think it was specifically e-bikes, I guess. That's kind of where I'm going with that question.
Guess they would be a minority.
Agreed.
So everybody feel good about that being a non-motorized project?
Yes.
I think it's good that we kind of beat things like that to death a little bit. Not that we beat that to death, but that we talked it out. Just that helps me a lot, just knowing what the broader conversation is. Hopefully I find a little bit of time. I'll try and send an email out to you all with the FWPR rule and the DMV statute that our legal staff walked me through to get to that conclusion, just so you all can see it. That is something as well that we could probably do a better job of spelling out in our guidelines, that's my job. So back to the spreadsheet.
Maybe we could go down to the ones that were questionable and just decide which ones we're gonna change and not change.
Okay, do we want to start with,
Have a consensus on something and then a place to start?
sure, do we want to start with motorized? That's probably the easiest conversation. Okay. So we've already done some fiddling around with stuff here, and I already have a bit of an idea of where this can go. So I guess the elements of both projects have been moved in, like I just talked about. And these are sorted by score. So it's about 150,000 projects or applied for dollars need to come out. How do we feel about the lowest scoring 3 applications? And there's a few things I have in my back pocket with this, like, I guess I'll just start with that bit of information. We should talk about.
So the Citizens for Balance Use, didn't they have didn't they have the same, basically grant application in RTP as well?
Yeah.
So I didn't know if I don't know how that works, I guess, any clarification on that, do they put in a grant for each for the same amount? How does that, what do they?
Yeah, but do we want to talk about?
Yeah,
I think we're
let's
just keep this going and I think separate and then we can.
Let's jump right into that though. Let's just start talking about it. So. Between TSP and RTP, like you were asking, there's a few applications in here that the difference between the applications was a little unclear. Just with how many applications both programs had this year. In the past, we've tried to get that all figured out and separated beforehand. This year, where we're not funding 50% of applications, more than likely anyway, we decided to wait and figure that out at the back end. I think for CBU, they said the machine was like $140,000. We wouldn't award them more than that amount of funding between the two programs, if it was funded. That being said, how do folks feel about funding that application?
Well, I just didn't know if it'd be, like you said, if they have two grants for 100,000 and they only need 140, I mean, we would make adjustment in both our, or how we made that adjustment, whether it's TSP or RTP. I guess, I know we're not into RTP grants yet, but might be someplace that we could do some, to get closer to our goal.
I do think overall, that was like the third or fourth lowest scoring application, definitely bottom 10, and it's the third lowest scoring of the motorized.
Hunter, did they talk about Friends of Pipestone in that application? I think they did.
Yeah.
I need to be careful about that.
And
Kerry's kind of running out ahead of the agencies on that. We do not have to sign an agreement with Kerry and CBU to do work at Friends of Pipestone, at Pipestone then. We have an agreement with Friends of Pipestone, which is basically dissolved for years. There's no precedent, there's no one running it. Russ and Mona Enos have been helping kind of keep it going, but we don't have a signed MOU with CBU. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for saying that. Yep.
I'm not trying to axe that application at all. But you got a little ahead of where we were at.
We've heard a similar statement from the Forest Service regarding that application.
Dave Sherville, probably. Yeah. So I just wanted to make that clear.
That makes a difference.
But it's my understanding, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that equipment would also be used to work on trails around both. So I don't think you should ask it just because of no agreement.
However, that was not stated in the application, how they were gonna share.
A vague statewide.
Instead of 100 miles of trails a year, so they were hoping for.
That was somebody,
Pipestone area or what I thought.
That's what I got out of it, is that there was one little blurb in the beginning, but that was it. The rest of it was on the ground.
In Pipestone.
One of them talked about it as being able to be hauled on a trailer from Whitehall or whatever, right?
There was
storage in the winter.
I got out of that application anyway, like a pretty vague, like this machine could be used statewide. Pipestone is what they provided the map for. Yeah, the map was a little disappointing. It wasn't the travel management map or anything. It was like a screenshot of Onyx or something with no trails shown, but.
So you talked to the Forest Service too, is that what I heard you say?
Yes, FWP, myself and Seth were part of a meeting probably mid-January with the BLM and Forest Service and several user groups in Butte about what morphed into this application. It was about Friends of Pipestone and trail maintenance in Pipestone was what that meeting was about.
Well, the reason I asked, our application says the machine would be staged and securely stored at the Forest Service office in Whitehall. And then during the off season, go to the CBU facility. But so that would suggest that they had some kind of arrangement with the Forest Service. Apparently not. Huh?
It's been talked about, I think. I don't think it's in place.
I was kind of hoping this project would be funded for an array of reasons. I won't say why, Jason, you know as well as anybody.
I think the idea, the meeting that Brad and I were in, the idea is really good. I think that was like 2 weeks before my application cycle ended.
Okay. Right.
And I just don't think there is enough time, for Kerry, and, he had a grant writer helping him as well to prepare an application and to have all the communication that needed to be had with the land management agencies. Marlena has her hand raised.
Hey, I agree with everything you guys have said. I just had one more note that I had on it is they mentioned road building in addition to trail maintenance. And I know last year we had a long discussion about any kind of road work being ineligible. So I don't know how to look at that with a project that intends to do both, but I had noted that about eligibility as well.
And that is something, especially with any of these equipment purchase applications, is what's the expectation that they'll be using that equipment only or primarily at least for its intended purpose, which in this case would be just trail maintenance.
That machine is from, and being an equipment person, that machine would only be good for trails. It's not a road building piece of equipment. So it would be something that would be specific for almost single track.
Got a question for you. Some of the routes on Pipestone, do you have any special classification between trail and road?
We do.
Yeah, because some of those trails are actually also roads in Pipestone, are they not?
They become roads.
I think that's probably where the road idea came up. That's when I read the application, that's what I assumed. That he was probably talking about some of those routes in Pipestone that are.
Yeah. And
are a trail and a road, basically.
They turned into it.
I do think we run into kind of an overlap in terminology where the colloquial term is road for what we would have to call a trail.
Sure.
And then you get into some of the Jeep trails and stuff where it's kind of like a gray area, which I don't like, but there are on the Forest Service anyway, I'm not sure about BLM. There are trails, managed trails that are open to full-size vehicles, like a Jeep trail.
Yes, it's all dependent on how the managing agency designates the route.
Yeah.
On the Forest Service, they're designated as designated trails or roads. And so I think we have to go on the management agency's designation of a route. Now on the BLM, is it pretty close to saying on BLM?
It's pretty similar.
Okay, I think you've got it. The only way you can go on that is how the management agency has that route designated.
And so most of the routes at Pipestone are gonna fall on trails. But there are some that are officially designated as roads, but not official.
Yeah. Well, didn't mean to drag that out. I was kind of hoping that was one we might fund, but what I'm hearing here.
We gotta get down 143,960 though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you took out those bottom three, then you're down, what, 165 or whatever.
Yeah.
But
just on the road trail argument, or not argument, discussion. Last year we had an application out of West Yellowstone for a road maintenance. And that was, like Bob was saying, a Forest Service road had been constructed for logging probably like 30 years ago. Its current use on the ground right now is most of the side-by-sides. I went and rode it last summer. But it's still a road on the Forest Service travel plan. If they had a logging or mining operation up in that area, which is unlikely but not impossible, their Forest Service travel plan would allow them to maintain it back to like a full width logging tower like it was originally constructed for. So I think that also kind of weighs into that discussion. If we don't want to spend a bunch of money doing trail maintenance on a road to have it turned back into something that's no longer a trail.
Was there also a caveat in that application that it could only be operated by a non-federal employee?
There was not.
There was not, okay.
There was
That
not.
was a rumor. I didn't get
FW, this is for Trail Stewardship Program. It is an eligible application, however, the department, myself, has some concerns about it, given what Brad just said, given what the Forest Service had said. If we were to want to put any funding towards this, we'd probably stipulate, that agreements be in place before we actually award any funding.
There you go. And was it also for a non-tracked piece of equipment?
Yes.
That's another issue we have as a teams.
Okay.
We prefer tracked equipment, it just works better, it's improvement. We had this pretty long conversation on our review, when you reviewed, and I don't think the Forest Service was against it either, but I don't think it'd be their first choice. We would choose a Swaco or a set of trail dozers or traditional mini excavator. This is called a spider. This is called a spider.
So it actually is,
Has tires, correct?
just tires for moving it around and then it actually can, it's, kind of a little bit like it sounds, but.
I'm not sure where the disconnect was in that conversation we had, because I thought that when you were in the view, we kind of agreed they would go to tract NEX. So there was just a bunch of disconnects we were never communicated with on the back, so. Again, I'm not trying to take this for any of you guys.
No, you're
telling
good.
you the agency's perspective. I'm with you, Hunter, this is an awesome idea, we want this to happen, we want a statewide crew that can go around and fix Forest Service and BLM trails with this piece of equipment. I just feel like we need a little more organization. And if they're formally gonna take over Friends of Pipestone, that needs to formally happen. It's not happening. So I just don't know what to say about it other than those things, so. Sorry if I ruined it, you guys.
But
I wanted to be honest.
Friends of Pipestone thing, did that just go away due to lack of interest?
Yeah, we've had presidents who have come in and done a good job and they burn out.
Yeah.
And the last 3 or 4 go arounds when we try to hire a president, again, the agency doesn't do this, it's all outside agency, but they all want to get paid. And that's just something that Friends of Pipestone can't afford. It's a very small agency. They charge $5 for membership. Like, and we just can't get people who will just do it out of sheer volunteers. So whether or not we resurrect that group, we'll see. But I would say MTBRA, as you guys know, is who handles our trail maintenance right now. And that's good enough for BLM. It's not, I don't want to speak for Forest Service, but I've talked with Dave Sherwood on lots of occasions. It's not enough for them. They get TJ for about 2 weeks a year. That's enough for the BLM side of Pipestone. It's not enough. So I think this idea was meant to supplement that, but it's just not quite organized the way we would want it to be.
I have a hard time getting behind it just because the infrastructure is not there. The support, the documentation, you can throw money at it, but if it's not shelf ready, then that money is better if we're even.
They need to get.
If we had it to distribute, it would be better used elsewhere where the groundwork, to me, is already laid and it's ready to go on the ground. So to me, that, and I can't get behind it.
What I'm hearing is
Yeah, it's a good idea.
the consensus is no funding this go around. I likely will talk to both CBU and most of the applicants that don't get funded. Last year, I offered that up to everyone. Out of the 20 or so applicants that didn't get funded, I probably talked to 15 of them with a follow-up phone call afterwards. It's a little daunting this year, and we're probably gonna have more applications than that, but yeah, this is one of everything I'm hearing is that it just needs more time for the logistics to get put in place, agreements put in place. Everybody likes the application, likes the idea of maintaining trails in Pipestone. We're just not there yet with how the application was put together.
That being the case, Hunter, are there any others in the totality of all of these that I don't wanna necessarily jump all around, but
there's others we definitely should talk about,
they
so.
don't have their ducks in a row, for lack of a better term.
I don't think anybody that doesn't have their ducks in a row, all the rest are good applications. Sweetgrass Conservation District is it's a snowmobile trail project mainly. That's fixing the Upper Boulder Road, I believe is what that's called. Going south from Big Timber, it goes like clear all the way almost to the Wyoming border. And the end of it's groomed as a snowmobile trail in the winter. However, this project is to fix the road that's underneath alongside of that snowmobile trail, fix a bunch of washouts. I don't know if you know, Jason, Seth was talking about how they're building snow bridges in there in the wintertime to still be able to snowmobile in there.
They might not have much snow this year, though.
Yeah.
But I think there's a bit of an argument as to who has ownership of the road, whether it's county or Forest Service. And nobody's got money to put towards getting that bridge fixed so that there was access for snowmobiles and other people up that road. So I think this is their attempt to maybe try and do something to help get access back to that area from the bridge being washed out.
Well, I brought it up to you earlier, Hunter, and I've got one of the members of that club is a very good friend of mine. I just saw him at the banquet a couple of weeks ago. Damn, it's a road project. And right in the applications, it says even though the trail is open to snowmobiles, it's talked about all the problems with the road, but apparently the route's still open to snowmobiles. And so, geez, it's tough when you've got friends, and I've got friends with a lot of these projects, so it's kind of hard, some of these, but this is one of them. It's a road project.
Yeah.
I had that problem with that application also.
And that's number 3 up there for 100,000, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? Is there any seasonality factor to that road being closed during the winter time? And then it's only open to snowmobiling in the winter time, or no?
Well, technically, I guess I don't know
Yeah.
what the track map will say, but I think there's so much snow down below it. It'd be almost impassable for a vehicle. You know what I mean? When you have the snow, but
Just wondering if that
Somewhere-
would change anything or not, where it's like a seasonal road closure and then it truly is like a winter trail.
So I think that's the way they're portraying it in the application. Somewhere down below, there's a parking area for winter snowmobile use, and the groomed trail takes off from there. I do think, though, we have to look at the work the application is proposing to do and ask yourself the question, is that for the benefit of the snowmobile trail or more for the benefit of the road? Like the snowmobile trail is the only thing that makes this an eligible project.
And in the application, it's still the snowmobile.
Yes.
Even given the road condition.
Yeah.
That's.
And I wish with this one, we could partial fund it and only fund the snowmobile trail part, but it doesn't work that way. It's not a clean separation.
I would say you'd have to ax it, but I think it needs to go, that'd be my opinion.
Sorry, what?
I don't think that we can fund it, just my opinion.
Yeah.
Everybody feel good about that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
I don't feel good about it. Yeah, I agree with it.
Yeah, and same.
Can they just mark it out further then, or is there maybe?
Well, in the winter time, they could build a snow bridge with the groomer or a piece of equipment, you know what I mean, to get.
Yeah, they
across
can
there.
still use this in trail at that point, groom, like they do other Forest Service roads, groom.
Okay, we're done with the hard part of the motorized conversation. Just to touch on a few of these others, Little Belt Snowmobile Club and Gallatin Valley were both for equipment. Little Belt Snowmobile Club, I think, was just buying a used sled to use to run out and clear trail, to cut trees out of the way in front of their groomer. and Gallatin Valley wanted a big saw to put on the front of their room to clear trees, a limmer.
You see that?
Yeah, you see the whole.
Any just general thoughts, ideas? I mean, those were both some of the lowest scoring applications.
Yeah. They were considered poor applications. We didn't have any bad, it's like last year, there's no bad projects here, we just got some applications are better than others. Those two applications were terrible.
Did Seth, the state buy that piece of equipment?
We got it, shows. We got one just a second.
Oh, just for you guys? Huh?
No, it can be moved around. But yeah, we've used it the last 2 years.
That's what I thought. Okay, you've got it. So yeah.
Is there merit to look at 10 Lakes or the Friends of the Flathead down there? Is we're at 743?
I think. So 10 Lakes is still in here. It's just duplicated.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, this is a
Okay.
little messy. Friends of Gallatin is in here.
But the Avalanche, the
Twice.
Flathead,
Friends of Flathead.
that's
Yes.
equipment, weather stations.
Yep, just a second, okay. So right now, that one's left in elements of both, but let's talk about it. With both of these Avalanche Center applications. The trail nexus is a little weak. There's definitely snowmobile trail throughout the coverage area of both of these groups that is in Avalanche area and in their forecast area. There's probably a little bit of cross-country ski activity, trail-based cross-country ski activity, and people skinning up on trails and snowshoeing on trails. The majority of the activity that these Avalanche centers cover is not trail-based. I think that's pretty fair to say, right? But any other thoughts on those, and then the motorized versus elements of both with those applications? And I think the only reason they're in different spots is because that's what they applied to the program, what they said on their application.
Quite a few avalanche areas on the trails and flat. I'm just gonna say that when you're going through there, and I don't know if it's steeper, I mean, I'm snowmobiling by Yellowstone and stuff too, but it seems like the road trails are kind of out on the flat, but when you're up on our trails, there's a lot of, we post all the signs and do all the rest of it. And you got big slides that come down. So I mean, as a snowmobiler, I pay attention to stuff, so I don't know, but, and that was weather stations too. Was that to maintain or improve? I thought it was more of a maintenance thing to keep the equipment.
It maintains, what my memory tells me.
And those avalanche centers follow the law change, or there's the safety association, the safety, didn't it?
Yes,
So they are eligible.
yes, they both are eligible.
I didn't see what the average score was on that, but I scored it low, good project.
Yeah. 32 for Gallatin and 41 for Flathead, which 41 is probably about middle of the pack, 32 is the bottom third of the pack as far as applications go.
You're talking about moving it in the motorized columns.
So that-
Where your argument's coming from, right?
Well, that's the question we need to answer. Right now, Flatheads and elements of both, we do have $50,000 in the motorized pool. Use wise, I mean, what you just said, Tom, I think there's a ton of people, trail users and non-trail users, that use that Avalanche Center data. Use wise, I mean, do you think it would be fair to move that into the motorized category?
Well, I think it would be. I mean, the people that use that are, you're gonna see, like you said, some people in the Jewel Basin, are gonna go in there, but those are the skiers that are gonna be. We don't have a lot of backcountry skinners, I don't think, that are out there that are. Scanning, well, they might snowmobile in and then scan.
They've got to use a snowmobile for a lot of it.
Yeah, to
Or
get,
they
to get
wanna
out, and then yeah, I guess I don't, but, Big Whitefish Mountain, I think does do, the big mountain meat still, but anyway, Whitefish Mountain on the backside, I don't know that they're doing anything separate, I think they're using the Flathead Avalanche. So that'd be some skiing, but on the north side,
What they're asking for is
just updated equipment.
trailer for moving their snowmobiles to do the forecast.
That's the
That's the
Galveston.
Gallatin,
On the
not
wrong
Flathead.
one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Flathead is to update weather stations and try and,
Wow,
that their equipment's wearing out.
And the other thing though is, when they're asking for
Sorry.
22,000 and they've got 30,000 match for the total project, so.
I thought it was a good grant.
I did too, I was supportive.
I think we should move it up.
If it helps to move it to motorized to do that, then I think that would be a good application.
Okay, we just did.
Good.
Marlena?
Sorry, Hunter, I actually had a comment on a different one, so if we're still talking about the avalanche, I didn't want to interrupt there.
Okay, everybody feel good about the avalanche centers? Go ahead, Marlena.
Okay, the one question I had was I think it was the Montana Snowmobile Association. The project, I mean, I liked the getting funds out for emergency grooming, but I guess I was concerned about the fact that the project seems to be just re-granting grant funds. And some of the associations that sounded like they were providing grants to were some that were applying individually. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about how that works with eligibility, since it's not a specific project, they're re-granting funds and kind of losing some control over there of like how we're deciding what projects the money goes towards and things like that.
Yeah.
Wise.
So this, I think, has been in place for 3 years, where MSA has applied for a grant to essentially, like you're saying, be re-granted out to clubs that need it. And I think the intent has been winters where the snowmobile program funding runs out before snowmobile season is over, whether it's going to repairs or it seems like most years, maybe not this year, but most years that the dedicated snowmobile funding through the snowmobile program runs out every year, every bit of it's spent. And the past grants, there's a historical precedent that we've done these grants in the past. And yes, you're right, what you just said, Marlena, is that some of it goes to clubs that do have a grant in place. At least since I've been here doing the claims on those, most of it has gone to clubs that don't have grants currently with Trail Stewardship Program anyway, and I don't believe RTP either. Yeah, no, we've also allowed them to repurpose it a little bit for emergency repairs. I know like the Little Belt Snowmobile Club in Hobson had like 10 or 15,000 euro repair last winter. That came out of nowhere. I think the Yellowstone, somebody just submitted a claim for it. I haven't even processed it, but the last of their 2024 grant just went out to a club that we never have had a grant with. Is that answering your question a little bit?
Yeah, and I guess I don't have strong objections since there's more money there, more money available for all the grants that are, that have applied in the motorized that we think are quality projects. I just get concerned with re-granting money to supplement another program where we're not really evaluating the actual projects.
Yeah, I do hear what you're saying on that. I guess the evaluation and kind of you were talking about a club applying and then also using this MSA funding. So it really falls on me when the claim's submitted at that point to look at the claim and say, does this fit under the Snowmobile Association's grant? And is the club, to double check that the club is not double dipping, I guess. If they do have their own TSP grant.
I think that's the way we talked about it too in the past. We recommended approval of that grant is that it'd be up to you to track the monies. And then I'm glad she asked the question because I was gonna ask today, just ask how it's going.
So their 2024 grant, the first one they received is all spent. The 2025 grant we awarded last year, they haven't submitted a claim on yet. Obviously this winter, I think it's been a bit of a disappointment. I think, Seth and I were talking about it. I think that more of his money's gone towards cutting down trees than grooming snow this winter. There's West Yellowstone and Cook City have gotten a little bit of snow, but the rest of the state, I don't think the helmet club's even been out and groomed. So it's been going well. They do have the funding from last year sitting there. I do think it's fair to be concerned that they've accumulated 200. If we award them this year, they'll have 200,000 accumulated. We might get some claims this spring. I really don't know. Yeah, administration wise, they've done awesome.
So if they put in for this grant, assuming that, you know, that we were gonna get some snow, we didn't get any, is it safe to say that they might not need the full amount of that grant based on the winter, that they're not gonna get bills for? Do we make that assumption as a board or and do less money knowing that they're not gonna run out of grooming funds in some of these areas because they're not even turning them on?
Potentially, that would be a fair conversation to have with a lot of these snowmobile clubs.
But it's also, we're not having trouble getting the motorized down to it.
Yeah.
So we don't need to.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Just means they won't put in for, if they have enough of a balance in there, they wouldn't put in for a grant next year.
Well, or the money could be turned back, right? I mean,
it could be turned back.
it can be turned back in 3 years next grant cycle.
Usually I'm inclined to give extensions to folks. This is 3-year funding.
Yeah.
And when we've come up against that 3 years, I'm usually inclined to give extensions. I think in the case of MSA, if they still have that funding after 3 years and we've been continuing to award them funding, we'd probably pull it and just roll it into the next grant cycle. If they didn't have a plan to get it spent anyway.
No, I think it's a good program.
One of the things we haven't touched on at this point, might get into it in non-motorized. I mean, we're in serious crisis, the state of Montana with the down timber trees. I used to say thousands, hundreds of thousands, probably over 1 million trees that are down. Some of that in the snowmobile as well as our non-motorized are gonna battle some horrific things. The governors address the issue, and so I just think that the Montana Snowmobile Association, these clubs are spending as much money out there clearing trails as they were grooming, so it's been kind of offset, in my opinion.
And thanks for bringing that up. We had a conversation with most of the Forest Service offices in the state back in January. I think that was about that big December windstorm. And as part of that conversation, gave our tentative blessing that if there were clubs that had grooming dollars that they weren't spending this winter, that wanted to repurpose that to use to clear some of that fallen trees, that we'd work with them to amend their current agreements for grooming to cover some of those costs. And would do that with MSA as well.
I'm not sure what some of the other groups and stuff, and Brooks involved in some over there, but that's one of the things that up in our area that the riders can do it almost on their own. I mean, it's kind of easy to pack out a saw and go do that. You know, you don't need a groomer, you don't need a piece of equipment, you know, you throw a chainsaw on the back and So we're not, I don't know that our club has put in for funds, you know, for having to do that. Just an observation.
I don't know if you saw the pictures of the Zulu group up on Lobo. There was hundreds of trees. I mean, they posted one picture, they did 110 trees. Wow. That they had to cut out of the trail up there. So, I mean, they didn't even, I don't know what they're done yet, but
Well,
they didn't get some, we worked it up.
Up in the South Fork last year in December, and it was just, with a group, you know, 3 saws and
Yeah.
10 guys and leapfrog and go up. Yeah, it was a bunch.
We cut over 500 on a 20-mile loop.
And that's why, thank God, we've got this grant program now, because it hit all over the.
Oh, yeah, it's
state,
everywhere.
you know, it took trees down everywhere,
All
so.
the, yeah, the single tracks.
It's not just the snowmobile trails.
Well, no, all trails.
It's everywhere.
It hit everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna
Don't
be.
go anywhere without your chainsaw.
And I did, going through applications, I did try and keep track of ones that directly address that big windstorm. Some of them, it's hard to tell because they're out, the trail maintenance applications are out doing that every year anyway. But $300,000 to $500,000 of applied for funding was directly to address blow down.
Hunter, where are we on motorized?
We
As far as the
are
amount of money that
34,000 and change under under the 800,000. We're good.
Yeah,
We're good.
Yeah, we're good. We just have to figure out what to do.
So the reason I bring that up is we've got a lot of projects and categories to discuss today.
We do,
And
and
let's try to wrap this part of it up.
Yep, okay. Everybody good with moving on to elements of both?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, the remaining 34,000-ish, we'll get that number exact. I think we should choose a runner-up application in elements of both if we need to, if not the non-motorized category. And anything left over up until where we run out of funding, we'll just go into those runner-up applications. Elements of both. Flathead, I'm just looking at these down here. Friends of Flathead, we funded through motorized.
Yeah. I thought
Yeah,
it was-
yesterday our internal team pulled these out. Bitterroot Cross Country Ski Club and Echo Lake Trail Association were both in elements of both. Bitterroot Cross Country Ski Club they were a pretty decent application, middle of the pack anyway. And they've applied pretty much every year the TSP program's been in existence. They have funding from 2023, 2024, and 2025 right now, over $100,000 in funding, and haven't spent any of it. That's the main reason why that one's pulled out. I don't think we need to talk about it any more than that. I need to give them a phone call and see why they haven't been spending the grant funding we've been giving them.
Which one is that?
I wasn't following it. I was looking
Was
at
that?
Bitterroot Cross Country Ski Club.
Wow. That one's up on Chief Joseph.
Yeah.
Trail maintenance and grooming.
Como,
Lake Hannah.
the other Como.
Yeah. Lost trails here.
Yeah, and unique applications, they've signed their contracts every year, haven't submitted a claim, asking for funding.
Well, if they haven't spent money that far back, I can understand this year.
Sure, you don't need any more.
They've got over $100,000 sitting there, their 2023 grant, I guess, will be due for expiration next year, so.
They kind of want it.
Move on.
Did you, real quick, did you see on their map, the Gordon Reese warming hat? Gordon Reese is one of their charter members, of the State Trails Advisor. They represented cross-country skiers back in the early 90s. That's how they got that warming hat. RTP.
Okay, Echo Lake Trail Association, this seemed to me like it was in our internal team, like it was a cross-country ski trail application, and that their snowmobile connection was pretty weak. So we
saw that too.
put it back into the non-motorized category.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, moving into some of these applications, I'm gonna call out Foundation for America's Public Lands, and this comes down to the conversation of how are we determining elements of both? So we've deviated from what they claimed in their application already and have been going off, the stat consensus, and which for the most part matched our internal consensus. I think there might have been one or two where folks thought different ways, but I don't read into that too much. I'm just gonna hide that column to clean up the spreadsheet here.
Weren't they one of them that said no on partial funding?
Foundation,
Yeah,
yes.
I think that's what I have in my notes.
I can talk to this, if you guys have.
Well,
Great.
the application for this one was all about mountain biking.
Yeah.
And I don't think anywhere in the actual text of the questions of the application it said anything about motorized.
It should have.
I got curious and looked at the CX attached, and 10 out of the 13 miles or something like that.
Yep.
Are motorized.
Both the single track motorcycle. I don't know why that didn't make it into the application.
They did talk about it, was that the one adaptive equipment as well?
Yeah, yep.
Adaptive bike wheelchairs. And the 13 miles of tracks.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because that jumped out to me too. It's like, gee, why aren't they taking credit for the motorized part of this
She
application?
probably just, they have a professional grant writer and she wrote it.
Yeah,
Same gal that wrote the Scrap Rebels one last year.
okay.
I think she probably just messed up. But I can confirm, yeah, we wrote the CX for up to motorcycles, no wider than that. It would include e-bikes and motorcycles.
I guess given that information, everybody feel good about leaving that one in elements of both and
Yeah.
moving forward to potentially fund it. I would say with that, we've maybe had probably less than 5 applications to the TSP program for new construction motorized trail. Pretty rarely see that.
And I can also just mention real quick, Hunter, that I've talked to IMBA about this, so that's an International Mountain Bike Bicycling Association. And the person they want to use on this project used to work for Novak, so he's not only skilled at mountain bike stuff, he's also a motorized trail mover. They really should do that. I don't know if that helps. That's what I know about.
Yeah.
Or any experience that you have, Steve?
His last name is Chain. What better, what better name? Go and motorcycle. Get a chain.
Sees the wind.
That's why he's walking.
Okay. So out of these, I think we should talk about Montana Trails Coalition. We have, I think, 3 or 4 applications in here, mostly in the non-motorized section that were just for planning. Well, that your application's just for planning, right? Not for construction.
It's for right up into construction. Yeah, that's
Okay.
But we, in the Bureau, you know, this summer, we're trying to professionally develop trails now instead of doing it in-house, because we just don't have the expertise. And we've got some good products out in the past, so.
What do folks think about the planning applications in general, that aren't resulting, that no shovel work's being done as part of the application? It's just planning, design, that this is something that wasn't eligible up until this application cycle, now is eligible. And I think that's Foundation for Public Lands, City of or Billings Trail Net. The outdoor community partners, and Montana Trails Coalition.
Not to dwell on it, but can I ask a question real quick? So if we don't, they don't have funds and they don't have somebody plan this, typically in the past, what's happened is we've gone out there and done field work to try to find the internal BLM or Forest Service.
We try to be, we have not been very successful. Don't have the expertise. So a lot of times the trails get built in a non-sustainable way. And we end up spending tons and tons of time on maintenance. So on the projects I've seen where we do proper planning in comparison to the maintenance is at least cut in half, if not down to a quarter of the
So you feel like you get there's a good value, so we're saving money in the end.
Yeah, we spend a little more on the front end to save money on the back end. Is how I see it. Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize that in my head, being a mechanical guy, or,
The easiest explainable parts I've seen are like grade reversals. Like to have a flowy trail that's still fun to ride, but also doesn't have long runs that are gonna just wash out. And to combine like sloping hillsides and a trail with grade reversals, so that it won't just wash out the first time it rains, I think is kind of where that comes in.
It's an excellent way to describe it, Hunter, and that's where we rely on the expertise. So sources exactly how to do that. Still achieve the fun that the public is looking for, but also reduce maintenance need and costs.
Okay.
So
I think that's good input. I'll get planning.
That's why I come here, you guys.
And like
I'll pay it later,
the Billings Trail Net one and non-motorized for a bridge across a creek. They need to do the engineering to know where they can put the bridge and build the bridge.
My only notes on that were is doing the soils work and stuff. I thought they were a little high. Once again, I'm from a contractor type background and everything. Whoever supplies the bridge will do the engineering on the bridge. So then it comes to them and says the bridge weighs this much. And then for an engineer or a soils person to go out there and determine that, okay, we need to excavate a pad and make sure that we're soluble and have an abutment that's gonna support this much weight. Thought maybe an awful big engineering cost for that. I mean, I don't know, you're in you need $40,000 to engineer do that little bit of work. I think that was about what they asked was something. And I thought that was all.
The conversation I'm leaning towards here is expensive projects for no work on the ground at the end of the day. And I mean, like City of Billings Trail Net, for example, like very well put together application. One of the higher scoring applications overall, and certainly in the non-motorized category. Probably like expense aside necessary for building the bridge and creating that trail they wanted to create. Is that what this body wants to see funding going towards, in light of the competition and all of the applications that are likely to be unfunded? So that's just something to think about. And moving back to the elements of both, I think we should think about that, particularly for Montana Trails Coalition. I think that's, think about. I have heard
the whole time I was gonna step out of the room with this
and everybody re-up their agreements for what do you call that thing? Conflict of interest agreements. Thank you. Having a brain fart here. I'm not gonna be a stickler on that. The one thing I'd ask is like, if you feel like you're pushing people to make a favorable decision on your project, like stop. The public is listening. Everything needs to stay as unbiased as possible.
And like I just said to all of you, when you do discuss the Montana Trails Coalition project, whenever that comes up, I'm stepping out.
Okay.
I don't want to being here and being a long time a part of that. I don't want to put pressure on any of you.
You're not going
to try to make Bob happy.
It's part of all of us though, right? We all have a passion and we're all associated with something on all these, you know what I mean? It's just.
I know
you're not gonna influence me too much, Bob.
He's got beer in the car. He's got beer in the car.
I'll just say like, this is like small town Montana. Everybody knows, everybody in this room knows about MTC. Everybody has thoughts about them. I mean, it's hard for me to have conversations like this too, because I feel good things about MTC. Yeah, I think we're gonna talk about it, Bob. I'm not gonna ask you to leave the room. On your honor system, you
I
can
almost
stay
think
here
I
and
would
listen.
prefer to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we're talking about it, so
Okay.
we'll come up with a plot. We can't forget to go out and get him when we're done though. Keep talking. Okay, so we talked about the projects like the bridge project or Foundation for America's Public Land project that are planning for something that's gonna go on the ground. FWP legal team, myself, the division administrator's office kind of went round and round on this application of whether it was even eligible or not. And it is questionably eligible under the planning and feasibility study portion of the new eligibilities.
Cause it's guidebooks for people putting together grants, is basically what it.
And that guidebook piece is very loosely fits into planning and feasibility. It's another level more abstract and removed from planning for trails, on the ground trails, as compared to like the Billings Trail Net application or the Outdoor Community Partners application. So this goes back to precedent setting. I think this is probably the most important part of this conversation here is, do we want to fund projects like this that would be a valuable resource for trail organizations, but are quite removed from the actual shovel work on the ground? MTC is a great organization. There's other organizations in Montana that are also great organizations that do this type of work, that potentially would start applying for this funding to do this work. I get phone calls, usually at least a couple a month, that it's people looking for sales that are calling that know that this funding source exists and are asking for information about how to like leverage this funding and get it into their projects. I had one the other day for bike parks wanting to know. And you know, right after they got off the call with me, they were probably calling their connections with towns and communities and saying, we can build this bike park. We just need you to apply for this funding and we'll prepare the application for you. And I can just, the what ifs on this are like, we have Novak, they're what is it, Great Trails? Yeah, like that would be along the lines of what this is as far as a resource for applicants to use to put together a trail system and a grant.
I think in light of what we have for the ask versus what's available, we need to keep it on the ground.
Yeah, I feel that way too, you bet.
I
feel the same, so I agree.
Okay. Thank you for making that conversation easy. I was kind of dreading that one. I would have been fine if Bob stayed in the room, but it's hard for me to do that, but I do think that's the right decision.
Well, I respect Bob, certainly what he does, so.
Yeah, and I think there's a need for a guide like that too, but I think this money's better spent on the ground for more people. And
I agree. It needs to be
physically
on the
can see
ground.
it, you know?
Well, I hate to say it, but quite honestly, some of the stuff that's in there, the proper way to do the trails and some of the other stuff, you could just put on Google.
Yeah.
There's still good grants and, and how to get the grants and all that other stuff, but it would be nice to have, but it's worth the ask.
That brings up the thought of AI.
Yeah.
I think I maybe have read a little bit of some apps that have some AI with it, but also you can learn a lot from AI. Also, if you want to do some planning for that.
Yeah.
And I probably talked to, I guess, about half of the applicants prior to having an application submitted. There were maybe 3 or 4 that I spent hours talking with. An open door policy for any applicant to talk to me. That being said, I can only do so much. It takes somebody in the community that's interested to even call me to get the project going or get the idea going. And a lot of that technical assistance type of stuff for like Forest Service, NEPA, just like the city level planning permits, all that, like that's way beyond what we can do as far as our technical assistance.
Yes.
Okay,
Should we go get lost?
sure.
Or should we leave?
Well,
That's the best guy.
the end of the elements of both conversation
Yeah.
is. The end of the elements of both conversation, I think, can just be partially funding dirt concern. They're a kind of a wide open mountain or single track trail maintenance project in the Bozeman area. Kind of undefined what trails and where, other than just single track biking and dirt bike trails. So they want 89,000. We can give them half of that.
That was the dirt concerns like.
Yep.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
Dirt concern, so.
Yeah.
It was really bad on the motorized side of things. They did say it was elements of both. Project C section 2 beds, project benefits.
And I guess this is again, that elements of both conversation.
Yeah.
I bet they were okay with partial, but it's nowhere in the grant did it say working on any trails that were gonna be allowed on motorized travel.
Yeah, I mean, these are the guys that built Copper City.
Yes, yes.
They've never been involved.
Yeah.
From what I understand. So that would shock me. If it's truly all this.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take.
Yeah.
This
Well,
surprise.
and see, I was thinking like, well, in the Bridgers, there's a good handful of single track motorized trails.
Could be one thing.
Up Halite Canyon, there's a few. I don't know, that's an assumption, I guess.
They're branching out.
Yeah, how do folks feel about that?
Well, I'll keep mine short, but that was one that was, I think they put it into the dual combination because they thought maybe they might have a better chance of getting funding than if they were just doing the other, maybe. I just didn't see anything there. If I'm missing something, somebody can let me know.
I agree with you. I had a note, this should be not motorized.
Right.
That's what I got to.
Okay. We can do that.
Well, I can look again real quick, but I didn't see anything. I didn't. Except for the statement where it said elements of both.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be.
Even the maps didn't, so without having to actually go to another. Yeah.
Okay. We'd be just under the elements of both application unless somebody feels like Shoto County Library, Prairie County Economic Development Council, or Billings Trail Net belong in that elements of both category. I don't think they do.
I have the same argument there, yeah, that Prairie County belongs in non-motorized.
Yeah.
as well.
So let me throw this one at you. And I'm questionable on whether we should go down this road because I can't do this for every application. The MCC application, Montana Conservation Corps application. When I was looking at that, I happened to know that one of the trails that they were maintaining is open to dirt bikes. Not included anywhere in their application, anywhere in their attachments. I didn't feel good about moving that over to elements of both when they weren't applying for it at all. I don't know if the trail maintenance they're doing on that trail will be at all beneficial to the dirt bike riders or not. I really don't know anything about it. They didn't provide that information. So I guess that I don't know, how do folks feel about that? And then the option, what we could do is zero out, this dirt concern one and roll what's left of the elements of both funding into non-motorized.
I'd be good with that. I'm good.
I'd be good with that. I think if an organization, like if the MCC did not mention it at all in the grant, it's hard to. It's not like they put something in that wasn't right, but if they, yeah.
Good.
It's an oversight by the grant writer, well.
On that same argument, then your partnership for youth, I have it also, I haven't gone and looked at it again to refresh my memory. But I have it on my notes as it should be non-motorized as well.
Which one is that?
For partnership for youth, I'll go look at it, I don't know why I got that now.
So,
The
and
same
that's,
argument applies.
that's another one where they asked for motorized and non-motorized. They said it was a motorized, non-motorized project.
Trails are natural tread, majority are for motorized, are not for motorized use. I think that's the quote that jumped out at me.
Okay.
I had the same question.
Yesterday when we were talking about this one, we left it because some of that CDT through there is motorized.
Yeah.
Like their map was very bad. And I couldn't point at which sections they had marked on their map and say that's motorized, that's not motorized. So I do think that's fair. We could kick that one out into the motorized or the non-motorized pool.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, I feel good about that. And removing, yeah, this elements of both funding into, can go to either group that's able to use it. Bitterroot Backcountry Cyclists, they had motorized trails.
Yeah, they did.
Pretty clearly lined out. Same with Custer Gallup. Everybody good with the rest of those?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
No.
sorry. The Custer Gallatin, I'm gonna argue my same point. When you look, and perhaps I'm wrong because the maps don't show me well enough. But, project is for two specific trails, Lake Fork and Wild Bill Trail Project, and these are both, according to what this says, hiking trails. Or at least that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, I'm good with, I'm not recalling that application at all right now in my head, so I'm good with moving it.
That's why I,
If folks are good with moving it.
Let's look at it.
Wild Bill.
Yeah. That area has, I'm just trying to pull it up and look at the maps because I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know there's a lot of snowmobiling in that area. So let me see if I can find the map.
Right here, Wild Bill Lake Trail says allowable use is foot traffic and wheelchairs. What's a wilderness class 3 trail? Somebody define that for me, help.
That's like the Forest Service conditions standard. It's for
Okay, that
motor,
doesn't help us first.
yeah, it's for motorized and non-motorized.
Yeah.
It's like what maintenance it'll be put to.
Well, it does state in there that the trails are used by a wide variety of users, including ATV, motorcycle, and question. Your question on that, Brooke, was is the trail shown on the map or not? Okay.
But, and something I obviously could have missed during
Is there a map? Jim.
Yeah, I was getting confused on which application you're actually looking at. Are you looking at Beartooth or Bozeman? Ranger
Bozeman.
District. Okay, I'm
This is
looking at
Bozeman.
Beartooth. I was like, wait. I think the Wild Bill project that you're talking about is the Beartooth Ranger District. think you guys are thinking about two different applications.
The Gallatin Canyon TSP map.
Yeah, I think you're right, Stephanie.
Yeah, the Wild Bill Lake one. That's referencing hiking and wheelchair use, that's the Beartooth Ranger District. And Hunter is discussing the Bozeman Ranger District. Is that clearing anything up?
Oh, yeah, it says Beartooth Ranger District right in the application.
Yeah, I think the one he's talking about is the Bozeman.
I wondered,
Yes.
yeah, I was looking at the.
There's a- Good cut. There's a Bozeman and a Beartooth Custer Gallatin.
It's not my backyard, so I don't know it.
I'm sure what I'm looking at.
It took you a lot when that happens. You're like,
Maps,
hmm.
so simple.
So we determined that there is some of this Bozeman Ranger District stuff is motorized.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Bozeman.
Yeah, it's not Bozeman. We're talking
Bozeman,
about Beartooth.
right? We were talking about Bozeman. And they're talking about ATV motorcycle.
This is a universal, like clearing windfall on all trails type application.
440 miles.
Okay,
This
Okay.
one looks much more.
What is?
The Beartooth is not motorized.
We talked about a minute ago, one of the things they talked about is clearing wind-thrown trees following the severe storm.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, no, I was arguing the Beartooth one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
Bozeman's.
Yeah, sorry.
That's good. You're good. They're good.
Yeah, worms that didn't even need to be.
Here we go. Let's go on.
okay.
So,
So we'll pop over to non-motorized.
Boy.
Yeah.
We got 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Cookie Berg just around the corner.
so I told either Mike or Tom at the beginning of the day today, I said, 2 million divided 74 ways is about $16,000. We can be done real quick.
Yeah.
You do a percentage.
Count for this.
So these top 12, 13 here, fully funded, would use all of the 40% non-motorized allocation.
We gotta make a blanket statement that probably no projects in the non-motorized are gonna be fully funded.
Well, that's what we need to talk about.
Right.
I need to do
2 hours, 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah. How do you,
15 minutes.
So one question to start off with on the non-motorized. One of those, I can't tell you which one, was it Interstate Engineering? It said for profit. And I thought. only
Yes.
Non-profit could.
Yeah, so we need to talk about that one regardless, I think. One of the higher scoring applications.
Yeah.
That's on behalf of Broadwater County. They did call me, Broadwater County called me, Broadwater County Economic Development Corporation, nonprofit, not the county itself.
Townsend.
He's one I spent probably like 3 hours on the phone with about their application. They're using this engineering firm to administer the grant and do the engineering, planning, bidding, all of that process for the project. They did call asking if that was a problem before the application cycle ended. And we looked at it kind of hemmed and hawed, and I said, well, we'd have to be paying whoever's name is there. And I just said, we can straighten that out after the application cycle's over. It's on behalf of Broadwater County Economic Development Corporation now. And we can get that switched over if we need to. Regardless of that, Interstate Engineering is gonna be managing it on behalf of Broadwater County one way or the other. So if the name changed to Broadwater County, Interstate Engineering would have access to their web grants from the web grants user side. That being said, the engineering costs on that project seem very high.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree too.
And there's a few of them in there about asphalt and concrete. And we kind of took a stand last time about asphalt and concrete, didn't we?
Well, we talked about it.
Well,
We funded some.
Yeah.
there was doubt that if the use is there to justify it, that it was
good.
and I think the portion, the one trail that they wanted to do, take out asphalt, put down concrete was, geez, the use was tremendous.
Right.
That maybe it would be, it's either you keep repaving every, 7, 8 years, whatever, you figure that life cycle is 10 years. Or you put down concrete and try and get 30 years. Only thing I noticed about that grant is they said they'd go partial and if they could save $7,000 if they paved it, well, that's like less than 10% of the overall project, or way better to go concrete. But it's big, it's still a big ask.
Last year, one of our highest scoring applications was taking an asphalt trail back to gravel.
Right.
Oh, no shit.
I think that was Missoula County was doing that outside of Sealy somewhere. I do think that is something worthy of consideration where, I mean, this Townsend project is a highly used trail.
But it's an
expensive.
MDT trail right alongside, it must have been installed by MDT, but is it not maintained by MDT?
No, it was installed by the city. As in fact, part of that was funded with the RTP grant several years ago. Yeah, they even wanted to put on the bridge over the Missouri River there. They wanted the department to fund a walkway alongside that bridge. I think the cost was like $500,000, but no, some RTP funds were used for a lot of that trail. They had a real active trails coalition down there at the time.
It looked like it was right alongside the highway.
Well, it is, yeah.
It must be off on private land, or off on, well, not private, but certainly.
MDT right away.
Yeah.
I don't know who the underlying ownership is, but they have to work with MDT. It's all on the MDT right away.
Okay.
And this part is the part that's right on the edge of town too.
Mhm.
It's not that part that stretches put up to the silos.
Yeah, this is before the river bridge.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. So it's right there in the community area, more close to the community area. Parts of the rest of there.
And there's a park at the north end of it or something that
Yeah.
accesses.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's called, I can try to buy it all the time.
Well, I don't. Just trying to
Indian Creek, is that it?
Just trying to keep 74 straight in my head.
What like jumped out to me about this project, $68,000. About 20 of their TSP request. And all of their match is going to pay for the engineering costs, so like roughly, I think their match was over the minimum required, so $30,000 or $40,000 of the project is going towards engineering costs. It's repaving a trail that's already there, like they don't, I don't recall seeing it in there anywhere, like doing any major realignments or anything like that. It's repaving a trail. That seems like a lot of engineering costs to me.
They hired an asphalt contractor to go out there and remove what needed to be removed and crack seal and whatever, if they needed in some area, maybe better money.
But see, they have a construction contract for, in addition to, it was all like bidding and.
Yeah.
The construction piece of that is 52,000.
Yeah, so the engineering is almost as much as the construction.
The engineering is 10,967, they quoted in there, and construction inspection engineering was 8773. Of this not very request, that is. And 52,000 for the 65 in construction.
No,
So do they have some skin in the game, or are they just turning everything over to having the engineering firm doing this, the bidding documents, the inspection and everything else? So basically the county doesn't have any skin in the game, is that?
Oh, I think they do. Tom has met with them a few times. He's trying to help them with more of a countywide plan. And they've got some skin in the game.
So I think, they just finished a countywide trails plan. And this is their first real attempt to implement anything out of it. And the gentleman that talked to me on the phone, I can't remember his name, but very enthusiastic, like excited to get started on the project. And then I didn't realize until after I'd spent several hours talking to him that he was gonna have an engineering firm do all the application project oversight, on his organization's behalf. I do think some of that is just because it is city property or county property, and that's just kind of the way things work. SADFA used to manage land and water conservation fund dollars that goes towards funding city parks and stuff like that. Said that's like pretty common that the whole project is just put under some big engineering firm and they handle everything and charge dear to do it. So
would MDT be requiring that because it says on the landowner it's MDT right away? Would they?
MDT would need like an encroachment permit or something. We have like little local user club, volunteer user clubs that have gotten an MDT encroachment permit for MDT.
I worked in the road MDT right away before, and I know what that takes.
They don't need to hire an engineering firm to get it. Like, I'm sure it helps, but they don't. It's not a requirement to get a encroachment permit. Well, something to think about with that one anyway. I think these top 13, 12 applications. Another important thing is just past success. A lot of them are repeat applications that we've repeatedly funded. So repeat grantees, if we were to award them again. Just going through these, I don't think we've ever funded Anaconda Trail Society before. Or if we have, it's been several. I've got this somewhere.
They built a bridge, I think we're getting some money in last year or something. Might be a different name, you know, or something.
Are you talking Anaconda Trail Society?
Yeah.
They got $38,000 in 2024 from GSP. I believe Interstate Engineering or Broadwater County is a first-time applicant. All the rest of these have received funding from us before. Great Falls City Parks Department, I think has only had one grant before. $4,800 in 2022. The cheap one.
Do you know for these repeat ones, are they separate projects when you're saying, or just they were grant applicants, but they had a different project, or this is another phase of the same project?
I tend to think there's a mix of both. I mean, they're all technically different projects though, because yeah, obviously we're double funding something.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Yep. So like Wild Montana's, theirs is their typical volunteer project, half a dozen locations across the state. TSP has funded them about $15,000 a year. 4 out of the 4 years, 2021, 2023, 2025. They've spent almost all of it, done their projects every year, been very successful. The point I'm raising here is, do we want to continue funding these successful organizations, or maybe talk about spreading that funding out more?
I think we should try, and I don't know if it'll work, but I think we should try to spread it out more. just because I mean, some that are up there have applied, some haven't, but they've already got their foot in the door. And if you look at some of these applications, they're also crossing over into RTP, which I know we're not supposed to mention, but I'm gonna bring it up anyway. And it's year after year after year after year. I mean, we're going back however many years, so it's almost like they're taking it to the bank. But now that this pot of money, as little as it is, relatively speaking, has garnered more interest. I'm not saying we shouldn't continue to fund. But on the other hand, how's anybody else supposed to get their foot in the door and anywhere else supposed to have a project even begin on the ground? If there's no, you can call it seed money.
I almost feel, I mean, it's really hard to give a lot of, full fast with the amount of fast we get are full. And we can't just do 10 or 12 projects.
No.
We do know, I thought, the Glacier Nordic Club, I think it's a good, of course, they're talking about doing a building, and I know it was just for a portion of that, because they're building a $375,000 building. I thought that was a pretty nice building for putting, using for storing a room or something in. Maybe we could over. I mean, it involved power, bringing power in and doing some other stuff, but that was a awful expensive building. I know building costs are up, but I mean, Rick. But still, they're only asking for part of that. So it was a good grant.
Mm-hmm. I look at like Gateway to Glacier Trail. I mean, awesome organization. They've done great work up in that part of the state. Yeah, had a bunch of folks on the call speaking about it earlier. Excellent as far as grant administration. I just look back at previous years and $100,000 last year, $90,000 in 2024. 2023 they got 21,000. 2021 they got 32,000. I mean, they've been very successful. They're a very successful organization. I mean, it bothers me to say we shouldn't fund them, but $100,000 going towards an organization that's received 250,000, let's say, over the last several years, or like Brooke said, trying to spread it out and fund somebody new. And I'm not opposed to, like, maybe that's one we partial fund too.
I would guess I would make that recommendation as if they do spend their money well. I mean, what we did. I know we're not supposed to talk about the other ones we'll do tomorrow or whatever, and if they have it in there too. Or not.
They didn't. They did not apply to RTP.
Right.
I could provide some basic, like, did they apply? Yes, no. Do they have active RTP grants? No.
Oh, God.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. You see, yeah. There's
But anyway, like, what they're trying to do is great, and they're, to connect those trails, and there is a ton of support and a lot of use on those trails. But, once again, even if they, I mean, I live up there and they have guns. I don't want to, they might be listening. I mean, $100,000 isn't going to finish the project. It's going to be an ongoing. We did give them full funding last year.
Flathead area mountain bikers too, like connected into the same trail system.
Right, that's correct.
Probably haven't had quite as many grants with us.
I think actually last year we granted them partial and full to Gateway to Glacier. So
they've only had one grant, $40,000 last year.
And they do good work too.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done any looking as far as the comparison? And again, I'm not gonna bring it up. I'm supposed to, but I'm done. As far as the TSP versus the RTP money, when you've got, I don't know, pick one on top, Absro compared to Wilderness. They've applied for both. are they applying for the same project where one's backing on the other? So say their ask is here is 36.5. Are they then, when you go to RTP, are they asking for, say, 36.5 for the same project? So both
My memory.
Yeah.
times
I,
are gonna come together and make something big happen.
so that really depends on the applicant. We ask them that if you're gonna apply with both programs, they need to be distinct and different.
Okay.
And Hunter and I do get together after we receive our applications and sit down and we compare the applications. There have been some this year where the comparison game got really wonky, so that's why we decided to just go through the review process on both. If there is like a true duplicate in both programs, we would go back and ask them to select a program, because it's so competitive, we can't really, like, it's just too much, because then everybody would start sending.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
applications to both.
So there's maybe 3 applications,
Sure.
that I can think of that, well, 4 if you include CBU, that applied to both programs that we have remaining questions about. And I think if they come up, I'll call them out and let you know what they are. If they don't come up, we don't need to talk about them, I don't think. If it does look like we're gonna double fund one of those, Stephanie and I will sit down on a call with them and talk through those issues and get it straightened out.
If we're talking about $100,000, I kind of think we need that information now.
I was trying to
That's a
look at
big
that.
chunk of our change.
Yeah, I was trying to look at that when I reviewed the applications, and I think there was only maybe 4. Where they were applying for exactly the same thing for both programs. One was the Citizens for Balanced Use, that equipment purchase.
Right.
It was for the same thing,
Right.
but I think there was only maybe 4 of
It's
those.
very
There weren't many.
limited, because in our trainings and whatnot, we tell them like they need to be distinct and different projects. So in the case of Absorica Beartooth or the Flathead area mountain bikers, we reviewed those and they were distinct and different from each other.
Okay.
Yeah. And we also do due diligence when it comes to like claims, especially like, because we have like snowmobile programs, they're submitting very similar things. But a lot of them have adjusted to the 2-program system and they keep different areas, different things, or one's for machine groomer hours and the other one's for human hours, or they're trying to make it distinct and different. Other ones are flip-flopping between years. One year they'll use TSP, the next year they'll put RT.
And my, how times have changed, these discussions we have here about continuing to fund the same organization over and over and over. We've got a scoring group. If they score high, then they should be funded. And if the rubric needs to be changed, that's a job we should be advising the department on. But if, I don't care if the Great Falls Snowmobile Club puts an application every year, which they probably have, and they get funded every year because they're maintaining trails and they put in a good application. So like I say, if we want to start looking at that, maybe we need to talk about the scoring rubric again at some point. But I don't think it's changed in several years now. The other thing is we used to, that long time ago, say how many years, we used to recommend that a club go for another grant, in order to match the RTP grant. And when, I think we did that when the TSP program first started too. I know I did. I told clubs when I talked to them, you go after your TSP grant, it can be used as a match for the RTP grant. And so it's, I'm not gonna really criticize the club for going after both. However, if they're going for the same thing in both, then yeah, I grit my teeth on that. Most of them are saying we're gonna do Club X or Trail X, Y, and Z with the RTP grant, Trail A, B, and C with TSP grant. Hey, why not?
And that is, I agree with you 100%, Bob. Like these very successful applications have done a very good job following the scoring information and the guidelines we provided to the public, so that they've done what we asked them to do. I do think it is, it is at this body's discretion whether we follow this scoring to the T, or we make some adjustments, to spread the funding around. And I just, between the top scoring application and, about the top half of applications are about 5 points apart in the scoring. It's, yeah, somewhere down in one of these lines, it'd be midway, like 37, 38. Is middle of the pack as far as your scoring averages, so.
So Bob, question for you. On your comment about continuing funding. Do we still continue to fund these $100,000 projects that don't have an end? That will keep going on, where they're continuing to build these trails, or do we look at taking some of those bigger grant, $100,000, and spreading them out amongst other ones across the state that would cover areas that need help and haven't had help?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm not sure if this is answering your question, Jason, but I can't remember if it was last year, maybe it was when Tom Lang was still managing the program. We decided to spread the money out. We just funded the top like 3 projects. I think it might have been down to a certain score. And then below that, we gave them a percentage and a percentage and a percentage. And that's how we used to spread the money out. You know, just because they were the top 3 scoring projects, you got to decide where that line is. But we just fully fund a few. Because here's the other political side of it. They only fund a dozen projects in the state, and they're all in western Montana. You go to the next session of the legislature and they say, well, Glendive put in an application, they didn't get any money. There wasn't any money spent east of Livingston or east of Bozeman. You gain more support in the legislature if you can say, we funded the project in your area. That may not always be the best way to make a decision, but we've got to look at the political end of it too, for the future of this funding program.
And so then
the
that
more
takes
we
away
spread
the
that money-
rubric, that takes away the rubric a little bit.
Well, I think what we did one year is looking at these scores up here. I mean, there's not much of variation there, obviously. But so you fund down to 41. The score that was up there. Or you
trying to make things a
you know,
little.
you just decide where you're gonna make the cut. You know, like I said, if it's 41, well, you fund down fully to Cedar Lake Nordic Club, and below that, say down to 39, you fund at the 80% level. That's how you start spreading the money out. Of course, we've got to also look at their applications, because I mean, luckily, many of them said, here's our priorities. And so if they're below a certain scoring level where you decide to make that cut and start spreading the money out on a percentage of their ask, then you can look, and that may be where Hunter, after the fact here, where we kind of decide generally what we want to do. That's what you've done. That's what the manager has done in the past. Then you got to go back to your office and say, okay, this club said they wanted $100,000, but they said they would take 75.
Yeah, and
you make that call. Of course, you send the finals back to us, but that's how you spread the money out.
But I mean, even down to 41, 800,000 doesn't go very far.
No.
You ain't gonna have much to give you out as a percentage after the.
How much should we have in this category?
Even if you take some of those guys,
800, say 850. We should pick applications we want to fund out to about 900. Some of the ones that are borderline may or may not get funded.
Sure.
Need to eliminate some. There's some here that we need to eliminate.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm talking in generalities here. That's how we did it in the past, how we spread the money out. The more of the applicants.
but if we're gonna give less than the ask, it almost changes the it does almost change the rubric, and it almost gets to the point that maybe next year, the maximum amount of an ask is gonna have to be less than 100,000.
Or we do something like you can only apply every other year.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you hate to go to a lesser project because there's some efficiency in doing $100,000 project instead of $20,000.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
Well, when I
It's tough.
speak about the rubric, it is what this advisory committee has recommended to the department. You've always got to allow a hair of flexibility here. This is kind of going off on a bit of a tangent, but this is where the rubric doesn't always work. Should we intentionally step out of our way because they scored lower to fund a project on a reservation? Now, that's a priority of the legislature now. Now, I think we funded one or two that scored not the highest last year, I think. But they got decent money because that's one of the things I identified with SCORE is opportunities on reservation lands. And the other one is Eastern Montana. I said that a minute ago, is that we've had a few applications from Eastern Montana. We've got a lot of strong legislators from Eastern Montana. And if we keep it, I'll say on this, I hate ignoring is the wrong word. If we get applications from Eastern Iowa or Eastern Montana that doesn't score great, should we fund them anyway? Because they're from Eastern Montana. And again, you've got to consider those other variables. I know, Hunter, you get, and you, Stephanie, I think we all have to look at those kind of, every now and then you gotta have a little flexibility built in there to solve certain problems.
yes.
Well, I'm having a little problem with the rubric anyway. Because theoretically, it's objective.
Yeah.
So, which I'm, and I understand why, it makes sense, it's numbers. However, and I would be curious, and there's no way to figure this out here in a reasonable fashion. But when you get to the top of this, how many of those were written by professional grant writers? How many of them had or have in their group a grant writer that supposedly can write a grant a hell of a lot better than I can
Or paid staff.
as a layman? So that objectively, theoretically, that should score lower on the rubric.
I don't want to name any names, so I'm not going to, but I think there might be one club in there that, an unpaid volunteer wrote the application, maybe two.
And then when you go to but if you go to the bottom of the thing, the bottom of the scores. Shoto County Library did not hire a pro to write a grant for $4,000. Just saying. So that, when you're talking about maybe rewriting the rubric, I don't know how you could factor against or for that, because it's supposed to be
Probably has a grant writer.
objective, not subjective. I don't know how you can figure it in there, but I think it makes a difference when you're talking about the rubric in today's climate. 10 years ago, climate, whole different story.
Yeah, 2024 climate, different story.
Absolutely.
I would agree in that, it seems like if you're familiar with the rubric, some of these organizations that have applied for multiple years now certainly are. You can make a good application that the project may or may not necessarily be good, but the scoring is based on the quality of the application. And I don't think it hurts to change that rubric just for the sake of people can't copy and paste their successful application from last year to this year. And I noticed a lot of that it was actually kind of interesting. There was a glitch with web grants that exposed a lot of that, because if you tried to copy and paste, the formatting wouldn't be right, or people wouldn't be able to get it into there. So I do think a lot of that's gone up, but
Absolutely.
Well, believe me, I wasn't necessarily suggesting we needed to change the group, but
It's on the agenda for a fall meeting.
is it? Okay, there you go.
All we see
I
do
think
is
it
change
is
the
something
numbers
we
and
should
just
talk about.
reverse the numbers, right?
Well,
That's
and-
not solving our problem here.
One more point on that though, is we have our focus areas, just worth one point. We could, I think, continue to use the SCORP and kind of, FWP priorities to guide us, but we could try and target, those focus areas more. And I didn't even realize this, I was talking to, Amber, who helped rewrite the SCORP. And she was talking about how there's even regional information in there for the different regions in the state. We could incorporate something like that into the application where they have to talk how it fits into their regional priorities, because the situation's not the same in eastern versus western Montana. Just ideas, but let's have that as an agenda item for our fall meeting. Just because we need an easy, quick conversation.
Humor me for just a minute.
Yeah.
Sort column B, lowest to highest or highest to lowest, please. By amount, if we can. I don't know.
I think I can, yeah. I might only do. I might have to adjust stuff around here.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm in favor of the new projects, but also I'm biased towards clearing these trails that we have existing this year with a million trees on them. There's some of those projects, maybe you didn't score high, but that'd be a priority in my book to get them up there, to clear some existing things throughout the state of Montana as opposed to new.
Add anything to our concentrated on clearing? I don't know.
So it's in two parts here, but this is essentially like of the top scoring applications that we potentially could fully fund as a block. So that's the top 12 applications there.
Oh, yeah.
And then this bottom section is of everything else. I think there's. Oh, wow. Yes.
Open up your wallet a little bit more, spread it out.
Should we just pass the basket?
Yeah.
Oh, or
That didn't help.
put all the 100,000 ones in a hat and draw.
Yeah.
Categorize them.
I think we have enough that are in the high 90s or 100,000. Just do 8 of them. Call it good.
That didn't help just me at all.
Can I ask a question about your top of the meeting?
Yes.
Would it be worth the group discussing which one of those projects did say they could receive partial funding?
I think
To start to spread, you know, a little bit more love, like the ones that are in the lower category.
Yeah. Right, I think that they almost all accepted partial.
Yeah, but say you get to
That's
that
only
like
like
70 or 80% instead of 100%,
That's true.
but then, you know, that might help.
The interstate engineering one, I don't believe, and I don't have this in front of me, I'm sorry, but I don't think they said they'd accept partial funding.
Well, I don't think
Somebody
there's
scored
more
it
to
at that.
the, you know, to the engineering cost on that one, and plus most of the others have more skin in the game, right? They're administering it, they're not hiring an engineering firm to administer it. They're administering it more internally in group. I don't know, in Great Falls City, I don't know what they're doing, but they're.
Great Falls City, and I don't mean to interrupt, but that one seemed like a very expensive short section of trail. That was also like a dam for a pond or something weird like that.
Yeah, it's not a damn business.
Yeah.
Well, it had a retaining wall,
Yeah.
I think it. Yeah, that's a really nice, well, a lot of traffic on the trail, but it was a short section of trail, a lot of dollars.
And these people, a lot of them have given us an out by saying, yeah, I'll accept partial funding and here's what I need it for. Then they're gonna figure some other ways around helping themselves out to maybe get their project completed too, with the partial.
Yeah, I made a note on just about everything that was not, it was very, very, I mean.
Very few, well, and that's it.
Pretty
I'm
good.
gonna throw a monkey wrench in our theory too, just because.
But if they say, well,
While Montana says, yep, we'll take partial funding, okay?
Yeah.
On the other hand, they got $67,000 worth of match,
yeah, right.
which is, so their total project's a $91,000 project, but they're only asking for 24,000 of it. I'll only take part of it.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's a pretty good grant.
That conservation part, they'll match 247,000 and they're not asking for that much, all clearing the trails. So,
Yeah, 40,000.
I mean, that's a lot of money they're matching.
Yeah, I mean, these are hard conversations to have. I think, these top ones, like, I feel differently about something like Anaconda Trail Society than I do about City of Great Falls or Interstate Engineering Broadwater County. Very well put together application, and it's for start of a new trail system. They reached out last year wanting to do a planning grant, which we didn't fund because it wasn't eligible last year. They came back with this application this year with the planning already done to construct. So they figured out how to get the planning done on their own. Go ahead, Marlena.
Something good with just about
Is
all of
the
them.
pond stabilization for the city of Great Falls, is that part even eligible?
So that's a really good question. So the Great Falls application is a very expensive short section of trail that's also a retaining wall or a dam for a pond. And if I remember, right, it probably is like very heavily used, but a portion of that expense is more in relation to the dam and the trail. It seems.
It was hard to break out from the cost, but it seemed to me like that was why it was so expensive, but I wouldn't think that the pond stabilization would be eligible.
I'd agree with that. How do folks feel about City of Great Falls? Think we should pull it out or at least put it in a maybe pile for now and start looking for things to
I
like.
think we've got better projects that we can.
Yeah.
It's a good grant, but.
Okay. We're doing stuff.
Check one.
Anaconda's also, from my understanding, has some opportunities for helping their new trail system through some possibly the super fund and some other things that are going on in the Butte Anaconda area. It's a nice trail system they're proposing, but I think there might be some help elsewhere too.
That's probably how they got their planning done. How do folks feel about partially funding Anaconda Trail Society?
I like it. Good idea.
That's a good application.
What do folks think? Do they have a amount in their application?
They don't have an amount.
Hardly ever, very few put an amount in their
Yeah.
partial.
Says they just do the west half. They only have 10,900 worth of match too.
I mean, for just a number, do we go with 50% or something to start with? We gotta
Yeah,
put something. in.
start simple.
Percent, do that.
This
Can you
just
put
goes,
that in a separate column so we can look at where we were at versus what we're doing?
so I colored
Sure,
it
right.
yellow.
Okay.
Let's go through all of these and let's say the ones we're good with, the ones we want to talk about more and.
And as a representative of the three largest ones up there, all being in one corner of the state, maybe we need to spread that around a little bit more. I hate to knock any back, but I think we gotta, I mean, I'm not suggesting we change the rubric, but maybe, they can't get full amounts. Yeah.
Which is the third up in your corner that you're talking about?
Glacier Nordic.
Okay.
How's it, because again, I don't know the lay of the land, how is the Glacier Nordic Club associated with Gateway to Glacier Trail, or do they? Is one grooming the other, or are they on two?
Well,
different-
what was the other?
Are they in two different locations?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So Glacier Gateway Trail, and I gotta think about this, but I think a portion of the Glacier Gateway Trail does go kind of through Whitefish Mountain, kind of toward the resort up that way, but they're not at all.
Okay.
They don't cross over. This is more of and Glacier Nordic Club is all, basically a storage building. It's $375,000 building. Yeah. I mean, it's in a good place that's gonna help. And it also has to do with they lost some real estate to the resort. I think when they expanded the resort, they lost some and needed to, I think I read that in there.
We're at a scheduled break time, which I'm very ready for. I don't know about you guys. So when we get back, let's talk about these remaining applications in this top 12 list and whether we want to see them stay the way we are or put them on the table for making adjustments. Okay, back in, what did we say, 5 minutes? 15.
Well, I don't know.
I think we needed those.
Yeah.
Tight ship.
Let's put us on music. For those online, we are gonna pick back up here.
The rest of what Bob was saying, do we wanna, do we draw lines on the state? Get every area get something, or is anybody proposing that?
First,
No, actually, when I said that, it was. We talked about that a little bit during the break. It's, you know, most of the money goes to the western half of the state.
let's look at
The
the
only
ones,
thing I mentioned Eastern Montana.
let's look at the ones up here that are highlighted green. And let's just go through them and make a call of, we want to talk about this more partial funding, not funding, whatever it is, and let's change them to a white. And then go down and look at ones to fund. Right now, we're $160,000 under the allocation. And we can start moving applications around, talking about partial funding. So do we want to talk about Wild Montana anymore? And just informationally, they've gotten grants, I think 3 out of the last 4 years. Let me double check that. Same sort of project every year as this year.
It's a small ask for the return they get.
Yeah. In some critical areas because of blowdown. That's all.
Right, I don't think we.
Okay, so I'm
It's a good one. So they're asking for what they need instead of asking for more.
Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing, let's leave that one fully funded. I think that makes sense. Ozarka Beartooth Wilderness Foundation. Fairly similar. They've only had 1 grant from us last year, 15K, all of which they spent on last summer's projects. Turned out they've only spent 6,000 to the 15 they got.
I'm good with leaving where it's at.
Yeah.
Good. Billings Trail Net. We've talked about that one a little bit already. Planning for a bridge.
If we're talking about partials on some of those other large ones, we want to look at a partial there.
I think that's fair. Amazingly, I say here that they only had 1 grant last year for 37,000, which was a partial fund last year as well, I believe.
Yeah, I think they put in for larger and they got a partial last year.
I wonder if that's a typo. I feel like they've had more TSP projects than that, but maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking City of Billings. Okay, we'll put them and talk about them again. City of Helena, trails, essentially urban interface trails on the edge of town. Seems like an extremely reasonable price tag on that one.
For sure, I think I'd recommend we leave it alone. Can't really do a portion.
Yeah. It's a good project.
Okay, Seal Lake Nordic Ski Club. Little backstory behind this project. Last year we funded, we gave them $60,000 last year for grading their trail system to make it flat so they can groom it when there's low snow. That's been super successful this year. We gave them 100 grand in 2024 for a new groomer shed and 40 grand in 2023. So repeat successful applicant. Last year when they got that $60,000 for fixing their trail, when they had all the equipment out there, Forest Service, timber sale, environmental assessment was completed that included additional trail development for them. They jumped on it and created a learning trail system with the equipment that was already there for TSP. Their contractor was able to fit it in and built a whole learning area, and they don't have a parking lot for it. So they've worked with the Forest Service to get a parking lot going for it. That being said, I was talking with them this summer and they said, oh, we're probably not gonna apply for TSP, we'll give it a break. And, I encouraged them to apply for TSP, which they did with a good application, so for whatever that's worth. That's all I've got on Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club.
Did that include the restroom too?
Yeah, parking lot construction and moving materials.
Yeah. I mean, the Sealy Lake community needs all.
How much did they have in their application for the parking lot?
33,000.
Well, that was the full amount. Full, okay.
Plus their match.
Which the match was 3,300.
Yeah, so just 10%.
Yeah, just the volunteer hours.
As far as partial funding, they're saying basically there's not much they can take out of it either.
This is one of the heaviest used cross-country ski facilities in Montana. And it's,
I do think it's, yeah.
I think we ought to fund it.
It's not a heavy lift there.
Okay, we'll leave that one. Great Burn Conservation Alliance, volunteer management and trail crew management, essentially. This is out in Mineral County, or not Mineral County, Mineral County, out near neck of Woodsbrook. They applied last year and did not get funded. It was kind of a trail steward position. I talked to them last spring and again this fall on why they weren't funded last year. And they're an application to me anyway that was drastically improved, and the scoring showed that.
They said partial funding, they prioritize salary and travel. Salary is 26,000. And deputy maintenance at least. Travel was 4,000. That's 27,000. Or 26, or that's 30,000. See, I'm trying in my head to think, okay, if we could somehow stagger these where we start partially funding.
So
Well, we partially fund this at 26,000. That was their priority was salary and travel. Their salary is down at 26,000.
23,000.
Yeah. 23 and travel was 4.
Yeah. But let's cut it off at 23. Because we gotta start, well, in my mind, we gotta start. I'm hoping spread this money down the line.
Right.
And this might be the time to start doing it.
Yeah.
I have a question about like spreading the money out, like before we start cutting bits and pieces out of lots of different grants, do we have kind of a target of how we're trying to spread it out? I hesitate because last year we got into the territory of starting to fund things that had scored really poorly at the expense of funding some of the higher scoring grants. And so I'm just wondering if we want to think through how much we want to be spreading out before we start making big cuts here and there.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't think they'll
Almost have to talk about each one.
I don't have a criteria in mind yet.
So I do think we have discussed this a little bit of just geographic distribution, underserved communities or areas that haven't had grants before. I'm just gonna read this. this is Jenny Sullivan sent me a whole bunch of comments to reference if we, ran into snags on stuff or just while we're talking about something. But she said, overall, there are a lot of non-motorized, this is just an overarching comments about everything. Overall, there are a lot of non-motorized applications, tough choices, bill applications that serve people with disabilities, rural communities, underserved communities. Should have priority. This includes Havre, Fort Belknap, Fort Benton, Lewiston, Eastern Montana applications, just to name a few. Talks about looking at what RTP's funding and trying to spread funding out that way. Questioning how much snowmobile trails got groomed this winter and if there was more funding there. I think we did kind of already talk about that. Anyway, for what that's worth is contributing to the conversation, kind of along the lines of what Bob was saying of like, we do have some tribal applicants this year. Two of them, yeah. And then, those are highlighted in yellow. And then Prairie County Economic Development Council, that is Eastern Montana. City of Havre. But it is a fair point that some of those applications are quite low scoring.
Yeah, it just starts to get to be arbitrary. It seems like it feels like we're throwing some of our rubric out the window after the top handful of applicants.
That's what the board is here for.
I think we need to find a balance between rewarding successful applicants that are meeting the goals of the program. So we threw out City of Great Falls because it was dam construction. Probably technically eligible, but kind of a stretch. I feel comfortable, even though City of Great Falls was in the top 10, pulling them out. And if like maybe they just needed to make it more clear in their application, but I think we were all seeing the same thing there. I mean, going down this list, like I brought up earlier, the difference between the highest scoring application and the middle of the pack applications is like 5 points. And when it comes to some of those, it's like margin of error. I know when I scored, there was a lot of them where I'm like, oh, that could be a 3 or a 4, or like it gets a little fuzzy, like on how you're scoring them, or you know, I would be the first to admit my 4 out of 4 when I started scoring applications is not the same as my 4 out of 4 when I finished scoring applications, and I think that's just the way it is. So I think it's okay to look between some of these. But in the top of the pack, certainly, I think if we're going to the bottom of the list, we better have a pretty compelling reason of why we're funding one of the lowest scoring applications.
Can I make a potential suggestion that you absolutely do not have to take? I
Please.
know we also have very limited time here. One way to look at this potentially is divide your non-motorized list here and scoring into like 3 areas. So your top third, your mid third, and your lower third. And you could say top third, high scoring, priority funding, or partial funding. Then you have your mid scores, and that's partial funding as much as you can to a reasonable degree, you know, based on discussion. And then your lower third is no fund or low fund in special circumstances. So at least you're saying like, okay, we're gonna prioritize funding here. We're gonna spread out the money as far as we can in the middle, and the low fund, you know, sometimes it is just a low scoring application. And we just have to be okay with that.
So right now,
Is that like your top third?
with that top block, we're at 632,000, funding all of those, Anaconda Trail Society, we already said we were only gonna fund half of it,
So,
so we pulled out half of that already.
so potentially, another way to look at that too is maybe if you're just. If the group here has consensus that we need to spread the funding out further, could we just say, try and aim for like a 75% fund on the top? Folks? Like 50 to 75%.
Yeah, because I recall right before break, there was discussion on the lights up on the top.
Those are just ones that we need to revisit.
Okay, okay.
I like what Stephanie's saying in that maybe is just somewhere to draw a line. We've got the top 11 applications left up here. And maybe we should look at the next 10 to 15 max maybe. And start pulling ones to partial fund or to move up to that top list and start talking about from that grouping. How does that sound? That way we're kind of balancing, like staying true to the rubric, like we're looking at applications that all scored within 5 points of each other still.
How about eliminating the won't accept partial funding, so no partial funding, eliminate it.
I think you need to have a good.
Trail net up on the top.
I think you just have to give them a justification for that, otherwise we're just saying that if you weren't gonna accept partial funding, that's not eligible. And I don't think we can just.
Okay.
But if there's a good justification, like, hey, we would have given you partial funding, but that's not meaningful, and your application did not rank high enough to receive full funding, I think there is a justification you can make.
So how many do you guys think we should bump up there? Should we go down to like all these ones that scored 39 point something, just go down to the bottom of those 39s and take all of them?
Sure.
Yeah.
Making progress in it.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more quick question, George? Because there's been some of the brain around and the elements of both. Did those get carried over?
We've got a little extra funding there that will carry over. I think the way we'll deal with that just for time is we'll get this green line here, this funding level at $632,000 now. That's like take it up to $1 million with the bottom applications noted on that they're backup applications, and I'll get all that sorted out.
Okay. Just want to make sure we didn't forget.
Glad you're the sales spread person, because this makes it nice.
I'm really not though. I panic every time I do this that I'm gonna mess something up.
You don't lose it all, man.
I have what we started with today saved in a clean copy just in case. Yeah.
Okay. I think you gotta leave that one line down and make room for that block you're trying to move up there.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I remember years ago, when we were just at the RTP money, and this would have been 15, no, more than 15 years ago.
Okay, so we have
Yes.
Beaverhead Trails Coalition in here.
I still want you to say,
We talked about them. They can come out.
much fewer applications. That's bad. I mentioned your dad. To Beth, this 70 during the break. At one of those meetings, we were doing the same thing we're doing now. How are we gonna figure out who to give how much and who to cut out? And we were all just about ready to pull our hair out. Bill Howe. They're, right after break comes up with an idea, something we struggle over for 3 hours, you solve it in about 10 minutes. You're dead.
Oh, how?
I asked him if he wanted to come, and he said no.
Yeah. Give him a call.
What kind of, help can you give us here?
What are we looking for here, Hunter?
So we've only, I'm gonna unhighlight this one just so it doesn't get confusing. The only project here that we've made any call, well, the green ones, I think we've decided we want to fully fund. And this yellow one, Anaconda Trail Society, we decided we partially funded 50,000. So we highlighted all these top white ones as we want to talk about them again, and we just moved up this next batch of them to consider for partial funding.
Can we talk Glacier Nordic with the building?
Yes,
That's a $400,000 building.
and it's a trail side amenity or trail
Right.
side improvement. I mean, grooming structures are important. We've funded them in the past. I think in light of the competitive environment, is that where we want to see funding going? Or that amount of funding going?
Correct. And it looks like they would take partial funding. Not that they get their building done, but
I also think there's other sources of money to get that project done.
Yeah.
Just comment.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking?
50,000, I don't know, what's
Yeah.
everybody else's.
That's on point with what we did for Anaconda, so I like that.
I think if you have similar scoring applications with a similar ask,
Yeah. I
you
think
could
we-
probably automatically sort of group them in
I
what
think we
you
could go up to
decide.
line 7 and do, and probably cut that one. You know, they can't finish that project.
Everybody feel good about
Yeah, absolutely.
On Billings Trail Net, they said it's all or nothing. They said they can't accept a partial.
Red line up there.
And that one was the bridge, right?
Engineering, yeah.
Not gonna look at it.
Would I
Yeah.
do?
Yeah,
bridge,
Move
bridge, yeah.
Like Creek.
Jumping down the list and
Like
then
it
come back
costs-
later. for sure.
Line 3, I think we should do the same thing for continuity. But. Okay, let's finish this one. Do we want to cut Billings Trail Net now, or? do
that.
we-
Yeah, I guess, do you guys have a
It's
thought?
all or
Otherwise I can just take it out and we can come back to it, but do we want to just be done with it?
I'm done with it.
Yeah.
So no funding.
They have a lot of.
And
Well, we gave them funding, was it last year?
just last year, partially funded, I think they asked for like 100 and we gave 37 or something or 80.
Billings?
Mhm.
Yeah, and
That was
we're
for
not supposed to like RTP, but they got a grant from RTP last year too.
Did that one this year?
Right.
That makes me feel
That was
better if
the one-
that's the case. It is planning, where non-motorized is so competitive here. I think it's fair to say, what of these top scoring projects have the most on the ground benefit? Okay, pull
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we go back up to the top again, did we, if we've done that line 3, if we swiftly kind of cut those others back to half, I think we need to cut that. I mean, I know it's a good grant, a good group, but I don't see how we can keep. Sorry, did everybody agree with that?
Yeah, no, yeah.
All right.
Sure.
it. Yeah, I feel good about that.
And I hate to do that when it's right there, but I think it's fair. That should help a little bit to maybe do some others.
How about these new ones? Are there any there that stand out as being good ones that we should fund or questionable ones that we need to talk about or maybe shouldn't fund?
think you can almost put that one, number 20, right into the same category where those others, if we're gonna do any, but it's still a lot going up into the one corner of the state.
Yeah, what's RTP doing for Whitefish?
Undetermined.
They ask every year. We give them money every year.
Yeah, they do a good job. Oh, yeah, I don't have any issue with it. I wish that we could give them all. I think they do a good job. What we do in the past for them, done well.
60K last year, 50K in 22, 50K in 21.
I don't, if we could even do that would be great. I don't even know if we can do that, but that, they should be in the same class as those others, so we cut that.
Yeah, partial.
Yeah.
To start with, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what was 3 Forks, that's asphalt overlay, I think.
Yeah.
That's paving.
Yeah, research.
Paved walking paths.
It's asphalt overlay though, I believe, it was, or patching and crack sealing and overlaying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've given Gene Townsend money every year.
we did last year,
Yeah.
at least through TSP, we didn't. I had a long conversation with them about how to.
I bet you did.
What did we fund them last year?
We did not, I don't know, RTP
RTP fully funded their project last year.
application this year.
Application this year, we're looking at a lower partial funding. Actually. Just because we don't have a lot to get out.
Um,
25?
from their application, would that be meaningful for them?
I don't know if they're gonna get an asphalt contractor.
It's like some of those asphalt projects, it gets to a point of diminishing return where it's not worth the mobilization to. Yeah,
Said they prioritize 2 areas if they receive partial. Our first priority be repairing trip hazards caused by tree roots, road bed, or other. Our other priority is 400 feet of trail that need to be hand paved.
We got 35, what's their match?
Instead of doing 50%, do 30, a third. But we did 50% up on top, magic, that's
so 30 grand, 33 grand.
Sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that green line amount, like I'm comfortable with that. If we pick ones of these out that are like. First, second, third, we might need a fourth. If we get $100,000 worth of like, if one has to go, this has to go, if 2 have to go, these 2 have to go. Or we can partially fund more and potentially pull more up from down here if you wanted to. We wanna go there.
Hunter, I gotta ask you a question. Wasn't there another reservation project? I can't remember which one.
Yeah, Fort Belden.
There is,
Union Lodge is Browning.
quite a bit.
Use that one, but I can remember.
Yeah, Fort Belknap, significantly lower in the scoring, bottom 10.
Was not a good grant.
It wasn't.
Our FWP archaeologist was very complimentary of that project, that we had our tribal liaison go out and encourage these communities to apply for TSP grants or let them know it was a source of funding. I've typically gotten very few of those applications, and that this is in an area where it definitely would get used for whatever that's worth.
Why did it score low?
Yeah, and they were doing partial.
Yeah, I think so.
Why should go there?
Just the application not being super well put together.
No.
a lot of misspellings and grammar.
Yeah.
It is.
If they didn't.
It's not spell checked.
Well, there is a spell check on these.
Yeah,
there is.
I guess I'd agree. Stephanie just said if it got no personal belongs.
And it's.
We could say,
Yeah. I just.
can we go back, go back up, please. I'm having a problem with Pedal United.
Let's talk about it.
I have a really hard time funding. Not even a quarter of a mile. I realize it's steep where they want to put this, but removing a boulder and putting in some water bars for 84 grand. When 37,000 of it is equipment rental. And only 25 of it is the actual materials they're putting on the ground. I know nothing's cheap, but
It's not a buildings project.
it is a buildings project.
Very expensive.
I mean,
For a short amount
it's an
of-
expensive access to the rent is what it is.
Yeah, it's one of the
It's not gonna
only
be
dirt
cheap
trails
either.
that goes up.
Nothing's cheap.
I didn't hear that person, what was that?
What'd you say, Marlena?
Oh, I just said it's one of the only dirt trails that goes up on in the rims. And it is extremely steep, so I'm guessing that is part of the cost. It looks like they have a contractor estimate.
And maybe I don't have a problem with it. I don't know. It just looks kind of skewed to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that application.
The boulder in the middle of the trail.
They need to like blast it or something or.
They gotta move it
Yeah,
somehow.
Yeah,
And there's some really deep ruts in the middle of the trail, like it's washed out in several areas, like some big gullies in the middle of the trail.
At least it was a well-written application. I can tell you what was wrong with it just from reading it. Instead of some of them going, what?
I mean, it's still rainfall. Could you give them like 30? 40?
what's their partial funding? Yeah, I think
They
that's
said
fair.
yes to partial funding. They said they could do substantial work with partial funding. They just, obviously long term, they're gonna have to continue to do more.
I mean, so get the boulder out of there.
A lot of these higher dollar ones, we've cut ones above it in half, we've cut ones below it into a third, so.
What's its closest to?
It's closest to Three Forks, which we just cut down to a third. Anaconda Trail Society, we left it half.
You cut it to a third.
Yeah. I'm not gonna leave their 60 cents on there.
Now that is a problem.
You're 30, 20 cents, so.
So like what, 25,000, 30,000?
Yeah, might be guesstimating and bringing it up later.
30, perfect. I like it, nice. Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation, the only applicant that we have that has applied for and been successful for the TSP program every year since the program's been around.
Wow. Wow. That's the Packer.
Did they spend the money?
Packer school.
Packer training, yeah. Yeah, they've spent all their money. We funded this one last year and we did talk about it last year. Essentially, it's a program to hire packers and pay living stipends for packer apprentices. To train new packers. While facilitating their volunteer work projects in the Bob Marshall. So the byproduct of this is hauling material into the Bob Marshall. But the project is a training project.
So they haul material in for the, well, I guess I'd have to look at the number of groups that are, that do work in the Bob, but there's I think 3 different groups or 3 different. I don't know if they're gonna get funded. I don't see any of them that made the top, made the top of the list.
I think there are only Bob Marshall application.
Oh, I thought there was, maybe there was some in RTP.
There,
For the amount of money that's being spent there as far as interest being paid down the line, that's pretty good investment.
I like that. I agree too. I'd hate to see that change.
If it was 75,000, I'd have to argue a different way.
you could skim it, you could give it a clean 35. Sometimes the clean skin still goes on.
Yeah.
People like that, clean 35.
Works for me, sure.
Yeah.
They said yes to partial funding.
They did.
30 down.
That should be. Now we're just making people mad.
Check.
I hate to bring this up, but when you look at their partial funding, they said prioritize apprentice/journeyman training. And when you look at their application, they had that totaled, looks to me like about $34,000. 3,300.
Is, are there like executive director
25.
salaries or something in there?
Well, I'm
Admin?
just going on what they said, they would prioritize the apprentice journeyman training at the very part of their application. It looks to me like it's about 25,000. But then, yeah, they have, I don't know, I'm just going on. What these are kind of complicated because they talk about. They got a program directors respond, they got a journeyman packer receives a monetary stipend for so much. And then their last portion was 2 packer apprentices and 1 journeyman packer will attend 9-mile remount station loaders. And they said prioritize the apprentice journeyman training was their priority. So if you want to base it on their application, it'd be about 25,000. I love the organization, so if you want to go 35, doesn't hurt my feelings a bit, but.
I think you kick out the salaries.
25.
Yeah.
Good.
They have, they've applied for RT, I remember back in the day, they've applied for RTP money almost every year, even when I was there. So they've taken full advantage of these programs, but they do great work.
With Zula Nordic Ski Club, did they use all their money? Last.
I was gonna say, there shouldn't have been much room this year.
So, my note is has funding for grooming from previous year, so we give them 35K in 2021, and they've spent that in 2024, we gave them 89K, and they've only spent 22 of it.
They didn't spend any this year.
Yeah.
And I believe it's for the same sort of grooming type projects.
Reimbursement. And
Salaries.
salaries, basically it's paying for the machine and to run the trails. Get that one's for them. They're gonna have money left over.
25?
Yeah. Yeah, but
I'm good with
So
that.
what was your history on them again? How much?
They've got, they got an $89,000 grant in 2024, and they've only spent 22 of it. So they've got 79,000, 69,000.
Why do they over budgeted?
Or have they just not
That was
submitted?
2024, I get 2025.
What's that?
Sorry, have they just not submitted any plans for this season's grooming yet? Like they probably haven't done it?
I kind of doubt they've groomed it all this season.
No, not
Last season, they didn't. Well, I guess I don't know when they submitted claims. They've only spent 22,000. They would have had winter of 24 and 25 to spend money, and they only spent 22,000 last winter. If I'm remembering right, they're asked that it was 2-year grant. They're asking for an additional 2 years with this grant. Where this winter has been just a wash and probably isn't gonna change. How do folks feel about just not funding that one?
I'm feeling good about that statement.
where I was going.
I'm assuming they'll have some money left from.
And you could extend it for them, right?
Yes,
That money could go further if you extend it.
yes.
See, that kind of information, under,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge.
we don't know that, when you said that, okay, they can apply again next year.
Well, they've got tons of money left over, which we understand how they would this season, but 2 years?
I just call everybody's attention to the bottom line number now. And that's including all these white ones. The ones that we haven't talked about yet.
I kind of like, is it, how do you pronounce it?
Bikini.
Bikini, well, I mean, I think that's a great.
That's probably, I think it should have one eye instead of
Yeah,
extra
I'm
eye.
with you there.
Just leave that one full.
I would vote for that.
I'm
Yeah.
good with that.
Oh, really? That would be the only one who've done that too, or with that large of an ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a good project.
And you could scale it down, they said they would take partial, just make fewer loops.
I mean, it's Browning and it's a good application right off of the, you know where it is. Kind of long over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're one that,
Hunter is
Had some
the
little
same.
bridges, had like 3 little
it's
bridges.
one that there is probably overlap with RTP.
It's overlapping,
Yeah,
it's
so-
one of the weird ones.
Yeah, so this one, they gave
It's
two
the
different,
same one.
but two different but extremely similar applications for both TSP and
It's on the
RTP.
same property.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll just peel back the curtain. Because, so that was one of our top scorers for RTP. We had to make some hard decisions, even the top scores, we were gonna give them, oh no. Of the $100,000 ask through RTP, I think oh my gosh, this is not the right paper. We were gonna do 62,000 of 100,000. So I'm just saying, like, if we wanna like balance
Make
the
this
two
right.
grants, if you do wanna lower yours a little bit or balance them, or just consider that because there was a lot of overlap in
Between
those
the
two
two of them, they had
applications.
almost $200,000 asked.
Or we could do like 50 and 50 or 60
Yes,
and 50.
and we did reach out to them to
Yeah.
ask like, hey, are these the same application or is this two different projects? And they kind of gave. I'm trying to remember, they gave like a vague answer, what's their total project cost? They give a vague answer of like, basically, we wanna build this whole trail system and we'll take whatever funding we can get, but we're not necessarily expecting to get funding.
We gotta
for
get
both
these
programs.
ones, yeah.
But between the
Get
two
them-
of them,
get
they
some
were
money.
asking for $197,000.
Yes,
So what if we fund half the project and we give them $38,000 here, and you're gonna give them 62 out of RTP?
I like that idea.
I like that idea because you guys,
Basically give them half the money
I-
they're asking.
I tend to think that's what they were looking for in the first place,
yeah, I
actually,
think
is
so.
$100,000 and they just applied to both programs.
Yeah, so let's,
Yeah.
do what
Let's
you
do
gotta
that.
do there.
42.
Sure. 40.
Yeah. Selway Bitterroot.
Everybody else went to half.
Yeah. And they had a good partial fund, didn't they?
Yeah.
I know its salaries are 51,000.
I think they were trail leaders though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So if they're just leading, then they're getting volunteers.
Are you going half? Or where were you going with it? Or were you third name?
Are we thirding this group?
I think we're about third name.
22. Does their partial funding narrative support that they'd be able to use that?
I think so.
Yes, and they just list the different projects they would prioritize. There's nothing specific, but they will just scale back how many projects they.
And if we're thirding that, keep in mind on Whitefish Legacy Partners, we only half. So if we're thirding everybody else, we might want to.
Did they get their job done with the third? Whitefish Legacy.
It's never gonna get, it isn't gonna get done.
Okay, I don't know the project you did.
Am I remembering right? They had an RTP application and a TSP application for different segments of the same trail is gonna cost more than both their asks put together.
I believe so. I kind of thought
Okay.
yours was for maintenance, but
That'll be an
I
ongoing
guess
thing.
it's,
I couldn't. explain
they were
that.
definitely different though. I remember reviewing it, like, okay, they're distinctly different.
It'll be good.
Either way, I feel good about funding the development. I thought this Western Montana Centers Coalition application was great. For a first time applicant.
Actually, America's people had any exposure to.
First time, yeah, first time applicant.
But I think they got some pedestrian bridges, so you know the railroad. Well, I know they do, because I helped with one. And they're not squishing there one day. The Climbers Coalition, that was for parking at a climbing hill, I believe. And,
I think it was parking in a trail reroute to make like a loop trail there or something.
Yeah.
it's hard to do a parking lot, but maybe they got, see what their ask is.
An overview would be on North Ramp. It's some trails. You hike in, you climb the top, and then you come back around your car.
Was this one for a parking lot? I thought this was just for a trail to make people park at an established parking lot. Maybe. Am I confused?
I think you're right, I'm not seeing parking lot. There's nothing on the.
Yeah, I think it's just a trail.
Yeah, it's just the trail, it's just that the trail connects with the existing parking lot.
Yeah, so this seems to
Where
make a lot of
now
sense for trail.
I think it's coming to like beside the road, so they're building their own parking lot. Taking a wide spot, that's how I interpreted it,
It says.
but I don't know the land.
Says construction of 1 mile of sustainable single track trail to replace a user created trail. And the restoration of a recreation site directly adjacent to the proposed trail.
The map was pretty good on this one, if I remember correctly, because I was able to pick that much out of it.
Yeah.
Can they do a partial?
Yeah,
They said if partial funding is awarded, they'll use available funds to complete the section of the loop trail connects the main Mill Creek Trail to the base.
How do folks feel? 10 grand, 15 grand? I mean, it is a lower dollar, relatively speaking, lower dollar application.
15.
15. I said.
I like it.
Move on.
You.
Wishy-washy over 5 grand here.
Start somewhere.
they finally broke the ceiling.
Yes, we are getting a lot done here. I mean, we've got $170,000 to play with to pull more applications up into this grouping, so.
Maybe we can get something into, even in this, Eastern Montana, to keep some of those.
Yeah.
Political folks happy.
Yeah.
Missoula County?
Have we, as Bob, have we has the TSP struggled historically to get applications from the eastern part of the state? Do I remember that
Last year.
That's why we met in Billings last year. That was part of the reason was hopefully to draw.
Well, TSP and RTP both, we've always struggled with applications.
It's just kind of, yeah, it's been like a historical hard time getting, and then there's a larger discussion around like available funds for even trail planning before they can even apply for a grant, public lands, there's a lot more private lands out east, the whole balance. That project.
A lot of smaller communities. with
Yeah.
really the-
I'm not buying that. That
yeah.
one, I'm not buying into that one,
You
sorry.
one person is.
You put on the highlight.
You can go.
Great Falls is getting lots of money.
So Missoula County, 21K in 2021, 75K in 2022, 58K in 2023. 78K or all that spent, 78K in 2024, partially spent. And 48K in 2025, which I haven't started spending yet. So another that's been funded. Every year the program's been around.
Wow.
Well, here's what, when they said it under partial funding. Be the hand-built section of the trail which could be completed using 1/2 inch from MCC at an estimated cost of $8,000. That's what they say in there.
Well, rather than 16,000 that they
Yeah.
listed on their grant.
Yeah,
I don't see where they listed, well, the 16,000 must have been a part of the 29,000. Oh. Let's get in
well,
here.
it's
Well, this is the one we're on.
excavator portion is probably it. The 16,520.
Yeah, 16,520.
Anyway, they say 8,000. For a MCC. Half hitch from MCC.
It's just 16,000, so it would be a half inch.
So just take out the
They had
interpretive.
14,400 TSB requests for contracted services of the MCC.
So total amount, 8,000?
That's what they said in their partial funding.
I
Said,
think what they're saying is that they have budgeted 16,000 for a full hitch and a half hitch would cost them 8,000.
Oh,
So I
there-
think they're saying it would decrease it by 8,000.
Is there a budget narrative says that the MCC crew would be 16,000?
Well, it's 16, that's half.
Well, they said that the highest priority was the excavator portion of it, and the excavator portion was 16,520. From Radius Trail Solutions. Or, well, it was actually, 14,868 was the TSP request. It's just under
Basically, they
50.
could get their job done for $8,000 less.
Yeah, but they're saying that their priority was 15,000. So, we fund 15,000.
That'd be,
15,000?
I can do that, but yes.
For the excavator, okay.
Yeah. So we can go down here and pull more applications up, I think. Maybe, I don't know, 5 more, 6 more. Then I'd also suggest we take a look back at the top and see if we want to adjust any of those. We are still like in the ballpark, grabbing some more applications of, they're only about 5 points below the highest scoring application, 6 points. Does anybody feel any differently about Gateway to Glacier, Flathead Area Mountain Bikers, and any of these top 10 projects that are half funded now? We have, oh shoot, I messed up my spreadsheet.
Wow.
Looking for your total, aren't you?
I am, I lost my total.
There it is.
Hey.
Okay, we have $600,000, we have about 200, say 300,000, we need another $300,000 of applications here.
We're doing good work. Guess I thought we were good with the stuff that we made changes on up there.
Okay.
Unless somebody else has got some different ideas, but I didn't.
MCC, I think we're out, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Maintenance on 3 trails.
They're in a part of this, well, I know we talked about the Flathead, but this is actually up in the Plains, Thompson Falls Ranger districts. Which I don't think we've got a lot going on in that area. And they said in the partial funding, their MCCC hitches cost 16,600 per hitch. So they suggested that they could go for 1 or funding levels, top multipliers of 16.6. Anyway, they could,
16 or 30.
they could accept partial funding in increments of 16,600.
One or two?
One, probably, to be concerned, to be consistent.
16,600?
So it's
Really
gonna
much. See, I'm biased. I want us to get a seat down at that state park.
Five Valleys Land Trust. They want 100 grand. Trying to remember this one, it's for this new trail construction. Sound like, I think, some private, nonprofits land outside, like Nature Conservancy land or something outside of Missoula or somewhere.
Yeah, it's Missoula project.
And have they applied before?
Yes.
Yeah.
MCC had, anyone's interested. They applied in 2024 for $100,000 and have spent all of it.
Who's this, IMCC?
This is
Oh,
Five Valley Land Trust.
It's all contractors, contracted services.
Having a hard time getting around that $100,000 because we're cut the one, we cut 50% and then we cut 30%. Now the next group, theoretically, we should be cutting it even more, say even to 20%. Does $20,000 get them anything when they need 100?
Yeah, that's a pretty fair point.
Well, I think it's one of those never ending. I think that project, you know, it's a trail system that's gonna keep going. They'll do, is it worthwhile to hire a contractor and have them go out and do $25,000 worth of work? You know, that's, yeah, that's a never, I don't think you can go any lower than that.
No.
But I don't know if that's worthwhile or not. It is all contractor services. They're doing their own, you know, their match and stuff would be others.
If we're keeping with our justification, I guess if we offer them $20,000 and they call you up and say, we can't do squat with that, you move it to the next project down the line.
Yeah.
Well, if you read their match, though, how much cash match? They said that their board approved of spending $100,000 of privately raised funds. Brewing company has committed $10,000.
Well, they said they've got, you know, the scope of work's 250,000 and they're wanting to do, you know, so they've got, this is just a portion of what they're doing.
So they still have like over $100,000 without us. So I think, I mean, 20-30,000 still goes.
Good point.
It still adds to the bucket.
So partial funding, they'd probably be able to use whatever we gave them.
I say 25.
20.
Cause but I know you were saying 20, but somewhere in there, just trying.
As we do this, we should go through the next three here. I do like how many applications we funded. Let's go through the next three, and then I do think we should go back up and look at those first few just to proportionately try and balance that a little bit. We're getting pretty far down the list and trying to get that percentage of funding. Maybe the percentage for those top ones should be bumped up a little bit.
Okay.
State Parks Foundation, $10,950. Yeah, curious what's the partial funding for this one? I can't remember. This is one where they said this project's gonna happen either way, not their application, but. Yeah, we didn't fund them last year.
We did?
Did not.
Oh, we didn't.
Says highest priority is covering the contracted services. The Summit Independent Living and mileage. Just how much? About $7,800.
I'm good with that. We want to do that.
Yeah, they've been working real hard at that park for providing accessibility.
Yeah, I like that it's an accessibility project too.
Yeah.
It's kind of tied in with some of April's stuff around here, we flat and make rock. It's good.
The ski West Yellowstone Ski Education Foundation.
It's just for training.
Just rumor hours.
Did you know that both boys and the girls basketball teams for West Yellowstone, they participate?
Yeah, they're here in town this week.
There you go.
That's all cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
First time for our boys to ever go.
yeah, you gotta, no, that's pretty cool when you think about it, there's 90, I think it's 97 Class C schools in the state of Montana, and both the boys and the girls made it to the Elite Eight.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So you know, very highly at the same coach.
Pretty cool. Our boy, St. Regis played him.
Yeah.
So, but it's like, yeah, boy, talk about it. Boy, she's a cool coach.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think, Chris, you know, just watching her, she's crushing.
Funding,
Anyway, I just
their
heard.
grooming aspect is our highest priority. Contracted at 21,000.
For 21,000.
Priority is travel work at 10,000, so their first priority is 21,000 per year.
Okay, everybody good with 21,000 West Yellowstone?
I am good at that.
Yeah.
What is that? Service industry.
Local community. Okay, Powell County, this is like an ADA project in a subdivision, I think, if I'm remembering right.
That's the back.
Recommend delete it. Contractor should have taken care of
I
that.
think you're right.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay,
It's a reach.
any more discussion on Powell County?
Yeah, and let me mention something there, and that this isn't the RTP program. I don't think RTP can fund sidewalks.
No,
Okay, I didn't think so. And we've kind of stayed away from that with TSP in the past too. We don't have to. I think that's the guidance from the feds on RTP. So we
That actually-
could, but I'm not sure we want to.
Mirrored with TSP too,
Yeah.
that it's not for utilitarian walking pathways, it's for trails, for recreation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's,
And it's a brand new subdivision, just brand new. Brand spanking new, and he just forgot to put the curb cuts. So the county, Amanda said she'd go for it. Yeah.
What do you, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you were.
That's all right. I
Just
just,
turn up my hearing.
I just forgot about that.
Okay, see how you are.
yeah. Yep, we'll talk. Dog park in Folsom. This was an applicant, I spent a lot of time talking to this lady.
The biggest thing on this one, I don't think it's dog park rate, but it's that, it's built on a landfill. And the stuff's coming up through it,
On erosion along the river.
erosion along the river, and there's a blast coming up through the ground. So, it's it's turned into a dog park, but you can't build on it.
It's temporary.
They have to do something with the
Tough job.
They put something on.
How'd folks feel about the funding level on this one? I guess, what do they say for partial funding?
did it rank decently? I'm just curious then, like, it didn't rank in the bottom.
So we're like 6 points below the high, well, really 5 points still, 5.5 points below the highest scoring application. So we're like,
Relatively decent.
we're still mid-level scoring, maybe upper mid.
Progress, huh?
Yeah.
They said they'd like to have 36,089 from this grant. The rest they'd raise from the community in their partial funding there.
36.9. That's 10,000 off.
36, call it.
Yeah.
Now, percentage wise though, do But that's what that is what they asked for, so I don't know if that's consistent percentage done, but. So we're not building, I mean, I realize it's trails through the dog park and down to the river, we're not building a dog park, right?
Fixing erosion and steps down to the.
Well, they put down fabric and put gravel over the top of the, the gravel they put over the top, went off the top, went off of the fabric and went away, and now the fabric's sticking us through.
Yeah.
Along with whatever else that's sticking up through, I don't, obviously it's not a whole bunch of gravel glass, so they'd shut it down. The ladies does good, I mean, it's not like they don't have bad people involved.
So we're at line 57 and down, is what we've not looked at.
Yeah. I cut the next 5 out and bring them up, and we should go back to the top 10 or so and maybe look at those too. We're getting more towards middle of the pack here.
So is there anything in those bottom ones that we should have, I don't know, if that we should have a discussion on that anybody feels very strongly should be funded, even if it was poorly written?
Politically or anything else, you got some Eastern Montana, something there that will gain us some favor with the politicians to keep things going. Something you can use.
Did we have any other Eastern Montana?
Well, there's multiple of them there.
Have it.
Yeah, Prairie County Economic Development Council, it's for almost $100,000 for, I think it's a trailhead parking area. I'm sorry, all the applications are blurred together and I don't have it in front of me to look at.
Yeah, but before we go spending our last dime, maybe we should find out if anybody's really passionate about something.
Is there any?
That ended up being poorly written.
Well, this is,
To make an argument, so.
that one I ended up. The project will also integrate with the Badlands to Badlands Trail, which is a good connection.
I think they got fully funded.
Yeah. So that's something to consider.
Nice fun.
Let's see, total was 95,000.
Which one is that, the Prairie County?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Off the trails.
that one and Fort Belknap are highlighted there as ones that. Those two jump out the most to me, is like, gee, it would be nice to fund those. Fort Belknap, I think, didn't have a partial fund. We kind of talked about that one already. Prairie County. I do think that's a good project. We've put funding towards part of the same system before.
What was Prairie County? I don't know.
So Terry Trails Safety and Accessibility Improved. Those on the third page. Yeah. Four Corners Trail that expanded existing infrastructure. What they're looking for is a double wall latrine, like a trail side facility. For that trail, at the trailhead. Project, what's the name? Project. Their partial funding is that the double toilet wall latrine is their high priority now.
Very expensive.
I keep thinking if we can, it's not just political, this one too. If we fund a project here and a project there, we get applications. Maybe we get more from Eastern Montana, it might just spark a little more interest.
Yeah.
This has come out, it's came out in the score. I know it did. It's came out in the last 2 scores about needing to expand our service in Eastern Montana.
And I do think that actually is
They don't have a
happening.
problem monitoring that or addressing it.
But they gotta increase the funds or change, we gotta do something. Taking the same money and spread the rubric.
Yeah. When Tom came up with that, he said scoring rubric. I had to look it up in the dictionary.
On the agenda for the spring meeting.
Kind of reminds me of the Rubik Cube, right?
Oh,
Get all the sides to match. So
I've had bad dreams about that. What do you
Was
think?
there a decision made there, or did we?
I think we're still.
Not really. I think Shoto County Library, if you want an easy conversation, cheap project. I like it. I question how much it's really trail side. It's a bike repair stand in front of a library. Would make me feel warm and fuzzy to fund it, but I don't think we should.
Yeah, I was gonna say, president setting. I get buried when we set a president. Is it trail side or is it not trail side?
Mm-hmm.
And then if it's not trail side.
Doesn't that one have pools added and then everything?
Yeah,
Well, that's all it was.
and we did one of those in Great Falls a few years ago, right on the trail system. This is like several blocks off of any sort of trail system in front of the library by sidewalks and the road.
And we just talked about avoiding sidewalk. That's.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
No, I don't think it fits right there.
So we can scratch that one.
Every area should have.
I don't have a problem looking at 66 and 69 though, as far as partial funding on either one of those. Just given, and I think we can take it into consideration that we've been criticized or it's been noticed or directed that the eastern half of the state is not being ignored because they're not applying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not the right word. Our
Boy, that
have
Fort
fallen behind
Fort Bell,
in applications.
It was.
Did they say, Fort Belknap did say no partial funding, right?
I don't know, I'm still looking at the double latrine. What did we do with the,
Prairie County one.
the Prairie County?
Prairie County says a double toilet construction will cost $36,500.
So do we, and that's where we gotta decide if we're going to do we do 36 there? And if we do, then we, you know. What does that do to our number? And then I know you wanna go back up and look at some other numbers.
36,650.
And that gives us $50,000 to spend to make adjustments if we wanna go up and do something else.
Well, we've got money left over from Elements Cove, though, so we've actually got about $1 million.
I didn't think we had that much from.
I think it would be good if we had 900,000 to $1 million.
Okay.
We should start saying maybe on some of these,
Oh, Haver's east side, do we do anything with Haver? What does he say on
with Haver, I'd say like those bottom 5
it? Maybe
to
it was-
10 are getting kind of low in the scoring.
Okay.
That Haver application I found to be really confusing, and if I'm remembering right, they had like stuff like trees to plant and things in there
Ah, yes.
that,
3/4 of a
I didn't
mile.
think there was.
I think if we have extra money, it would be nice. We cut some of the other ones kind of arbitrarily. Like I think we could pad some of those higher rated ones with additional funds instead of picking stuff off the bottom.
Okay,
I agree.
I agree. We
Well,
want to
you're
go
probably-
out.
That's quite a few awards right now.
Yes, it is.
Administration.
Gateway to Glacier, wanna go back to 75 with that? I'm thinking we're well down doing a quarter or a third.
I'd love to do it. I'd love more money up there. I'd love to. do it.
Let's go 60.
60?
They'll be back next year.
Unless we change the rules.
How much money have we got to spread around?
150.
Yeah, say 150, and we should have it, at some point, we need the caveat that there may or may not be funding there for about 100 of that.
If you're going to bump up with Glacier, then you need to almost bump up Flathead Area Mountain Bikers to do the same thing to 60.
Okay.
And maybe even Glacier Nordic, although Glacier Nordic was a building project and not trails. But we did bump them all down the same amount. That doesn't mean they're the same thing, but.
Yeah.
But just saying.
Mandatorily just do it.
An anaconda. What was that?
and not conda, there we go, spit that out.
And Sealy Lake Nordic Club.
Anaconda Trail Society, why do we have, oh, they're just yellow because, which about Chinese they do that too.
Okay,
Yeah, we should.
Um,
33.
I'm good not going any further with that unless we want to slightly bump these up, but, that's, we've
Where's our
got the
total
top
now?
10.
Where's our,
Yeah, what's
we're
our
on 40,000, so we still should have.
Are we partially funding this interstate engineering is still fully funded? Right? Right.
I thought we pulled it out.
Is that what we decided to pull it out?
Remind me what that
Townsend.
Yeah, Townsend.
I don't know if we were.
Pretty sure that's still fully funded.
It looks like it is the still full request amount.
Yeah, we need to make some decisions there, if nothing. Yeah.
What's,
That's because they said they wouldn't accept anything but full funding, they said no partial funding.
Oh, that's the one that we
Yeah.
get the red line to come back to.
I think we did say that and never came back to it. We should talk about it now, though. I have very mixed feelings about this one. The fact that an engineering firm applied for it, so much of the funding is going to the engineering firm really bothers me. The people behind the project, the Broadwater County Economic Development volunteers. It came up from a good place, like it's part of a trails plan that group spent a lot of time working on.
Take it out.
No
Take
skin
it
in
out.
the game, no skin in the game.
You know.
I was gonna ask if the engineering firm apply, does that impact how
Yeah.
procurement is done?
They asked if they needed to switch that, like right before the end of the application cycle, and I told them not to worry about it, that we could take care of it afterwards. Either way, it's on behalf of Broadwater County.
Got it, okay, so it's
They
not,
have resubmitted the same application with a different organization attached to it.
but then with Broadwater. Is TSB held to procurement? Rules or is that? So. Because I guess it doesn't matter if you're gonna take it out.
It's just that they've even put in parentheses for profit. And so it just seems like the other, Broadwater County doesn't have a lot of interest in this too. Well, I can't say that, but they're putting any skin in it.
Actually, I can speak to a little bit to this, because the guy that you talked with, he called me about a year ago. He wanted me to come to Towns. And I didn't. I told Tom about it, so Tom's been going down and visit with him, but no, they've got an active committee down there. That's been involved in the plan. And now they're trying to implement some of the plan. And there'll be more coming, I know that, but. Didn't we get an application a year or two ago from the, I can't remember, if it was a mining firm or what, up in Thompson Falls? Remember that one? We got a Thompson Falls application that I believe we approved. But it was put in by, I can't remember if it's a power company or a mining company or what up there. This isn't the first time we've had an application from an engineering firm.
We had one up in Eureka that,
Our company, yeah, and the electric company up there is big in.
Yeah.
Lincoln Electric.
There's one, was a hired grant writer, but he was attached to his organization.
Yeah.
And, the actual recipient of the award called and asked, out of the blue, called them, we don't have a grant for whatever it was, and then got to the bottom of it that, oh, yeah, was applied to under this grant writing firm organization. So yeah, it's not new to have that being done.
And it doesn't mean they don't have skin in the game either.
Okay.
They do. They've been fairly active from what I know.
Yeah, I talked to this guy for probably like 2.5, 3 hours total over the course of February, so.
That's why I put Tom on.
Yeah, don't almost all the counties have some kind of either a grant writer on staff or have a contract with a grant writing firm. Because They have to, I mean, they've got, I mean, almost every county's gonna have some kind of they're looking for grants for senior programs, for, every program out there, whether it's weed control or anything else, or all. You know, there's grants available for, and most of them have either a grant writing firm. I've worked with like, you know, Hill County a little bit, you know, and then. You know, of course, Flathead and some of those others, you know, they've obviously grant writers, but you'd think that.
Well, they do, but that was part of the reason that. You would know there's the Snowmobile Association really came up with these adjustments to the law last year, you know, for equipment, for safety education, for plans. And, but the planning portion of it was initially pushed by Diane Conrad from Whitefish, that's where her office is. Okay. But she was pushing for the small communities, because most of the small communities don't have a Parks and Recreation staff on board. A lot of them don't have anybody that's a professional grant writer, like you were just saying. So there's a lot of the small, that's really what drove, including those feasibility studies and plans as an amendment to the law last year. Was because so many of the small communities and private clubs, you know, that was part of it too. It really started with small communities that don't have the professional staff to do that kind of work. So not the same. You guys are Flathead got cash.
I was gonna say.
Which is interesting that we didn't see it. Watch those types of.
Within professionals.
Living in Helena, everybody talks about how much nicer it is to live in Jefferson County or Broadwater County, which the city lines or the county lines are right there, because taxes are so much lower. But Helena has mill levies for everything, including Parks and Rec, whereas Jefferson County and Broadwater County don't. So I'm sure that that's probably part of it, why there's not a city person attached to this like there is for the city of Helena application or some of these others, Missoula County one. They all have staff. I think like the people that showed up at the MTRPA conference, I don't recall anybody from Broadwater County government anyway.
I think
Whereas
they,
Missoula had like 10 people there.
I think they just made a mistake putting the name on this. It should have been the Broadwater County Development Corporation.
Yes.
Just error, typo, but the question is, do we want to pay for a whole bunch of asphalt trail resurfacing, I guess, is what it comes down to. So that's what it's for.
And just 18 of
Ignore their typo, even let's take that off. Let's take that off.
So do we white out?
No, but I was gonna get to start with.
The problem that I have
Look at
is that in order to overlay a trail. I was a paver operator, I paved for years back in my younger days. Overlay a trail, something like that. I've done golf courses, paths, done all kinds of different stuff, golf cart paths, and never had an engineering firm stand over me and watch me do it. And I'm not so sure that a good portion of theirs was engineering and inspection for somebody to do this. And I find that hard to, maybe if we want to fund the paving, that's fine, but engineering is hard to.
Could you do
That for me, so.
given it was top 10 scoring, I'd be willing to like have a phone call with them and say, hey, we fund the construction, not the engineering costs. Can you still use the funding? If they say yes, give them the, what is it, 52,000?
Yeah. 52.
I'm okay with that.
I'd be down with that.
And then just convert who.
Yeah.
As long as it gets spent.
Is it 52 even, or I just do the whole amount of construction on there?
The construction was 52.
What's their whole bridge too?
465.
Yeah.
Kind of a
465.
Yeah.
little walk bridge or something.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I think that's a future idea. It's
Actually, the engineering part of it bothers me too. I think it bothers us all.
Oh, yeah. 11,000 for engineering specs and bidding.
and see, that's the thing, when we have volunteers doing project
Yeah.
bidding. I mean, I get the engineering specs, but it's like, they're repaving the sidewalk or
About 11,000.
paved trail.
They got grant administration and legal costs. For that.
Yeah.
Construction inspection, 8730. So that's 20 some odd thousand, all of that out.
Where's our total? Where are we at?
Kind of reminds me what Hunter was saying about.
Like down.
775. Sitting for you, and we're gonna make a bunch of money on it.
Do you want us to find $25,000 up there somewhere?
Up there or down in the bottom,
What about our
list.
middle third that we cut in thirds? Could we distribute some of that 25 through those?
I feel good about doing that, just bump these numbers up a bit.
Works for me.
So shout out some numbers.
Take the top 5 and add 5,000 to it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I suggest, yeah.
I like that. I don't have the, what they were asking for before in front of me, because I've been editing it, so I don't wanna go over on any of them.
I don't think you're going.
But can you tell you what they?
Something.
Nobody.
Hello United was 84.3, Three Forks was
30. Connie, we were pretty, like, between TSP and RTP, if we're on the same page, they're getting 100,000 between the two programs. Good with that one, it's at 40.
Yeah.
Okay. We can pull some more up from down here too. We are getting to a good number of applications funded. I'm feeling good about that. We can pull up another 4 or 5 here and talk about them if you want.
How much do you have available?
Well, 10,000, but we should have some buffer, so say 110,000.
Oh, 110,000?
Well, potentially that 52,000 from interstate if they say nay.
Yeah, and that too. I feel good about that. Maybe leave Glacier Nordic at that. Where Gateway to Glacier and Flathead are in our top 5. Want to go to 75 or just leave it?
I have no problems with those top numbers. I'd rather go down to further up the list.
Okay, let's do
You can
that.
save
my opinion.
yourself some headaches by giving town or Three Forks a little more.
Okay.
Gene counts.
Phone call won't be quite as long.
Yeah.
You know, he got turned, this is when I was still working there, RTP, he got turned down at RTP one year. And he scheduled a meeting and Doug Mager was the administrator at the time. And Walt Timmerman, and I was, luckily I'd gone to Iowa. So those 2 guys had to face Gene, and Walt said he just about melted the paint off the side of the wall in Mager's office. I guess it was very colorful. But he's a great guy. I mean, Gene is just super great guy. I've done so much for Three Forks, but
We
I'll
did.
let you know if he's not.
That's the guy you want in your corner.
Oh, we talked for at least half an hour, if not more, last year.
Maybe
So,
bump it up to 45. Maybe, because that feels like something they could really take their teeth into.
yeah,
See, this does, it works to speak up like Gene does.
Fear is power.
Okay. I'm hearing we move another batch of these up. We'll do 5 more.
I think we've pretty much well done our advising yet.
Yeah,
You
guys,
juggle in.
I like what we're doing. This is great.
I do too. We're funding far more applications than I figured we would.
Yeah.
which I do appreciate. I do think that's good.
We're doing what we were hired to do.
You've earned your motel room for the night.
That's fine.
Oh, I did it again.
After today, we'll be a little harder than Stephanie.
Oh, yeah. Good night.
Today was hard.
Okay, Boys to Blacktail Trails.
Another one of ours up there.
They've done that for a lot of years.
Oh, they've been at it a long time. They do a good job.
Yeah.
They're a good group.
All the way down the lakeside.
And started Heron Park and go all the way.
Yeah.
Took away a lot of our good single track motorcycle stuff.
Oh.
Oh, it's, there's still, nobody uses the bottom part of it.
So like an MCC crew.
Just taking care of what's already there, I think.
Yeah.
They have an TSP grant since 2023. Like 7.2 thousand in 23, 40K in 22, 21K, or no, 5,700 in 2021. A lot of small asks over the years.
Yeah, I think they've applied for RTP money. I know a lot in the past. But I'm gonna-
Do they have an RTP grant in this year?
They do have an RTP grant in this year. I think we're gonna do like a small amount of funding.
Well, they're a good active group.
They are, they haven't, I actually don't think they put in every year, like every other year kind of thing.
Well, I appreciate that that they put in for what they need and don't.
Yeah, that's pretty much,
Up there, in for time.
yeah.
Their timeline goes out 2 years, so they are looking for 2 years worth of funding.
Which is fair from their perspective, they wanna try and be prepared. but- Do what you
I'd
can
be
do.
okay with the partial or something. Yeah.
Give them 1 year.
We're off too little, give them one, we give them half or something, if we can do that, we have it together.
Yeah. Do they have a partial funding? What 1 year?
They didn't
Don't have
break
to
it
break
down,
down the numbers.
they just said they would just spread it out.
So 20,340. Outdoor community partners, trails plan for a park.
That's been.
Another planning only application, so no dirt work, just planning.
We got rid of the Billings Trail Net one for not having an actual on the ground project.
We did, which maybe we should reconsider that.
Will they use funding?
They were one of our top scoring applications and we did pull it out. Where we partially funded so many.
Yeah, and I think they were ones that said no on partial funding because I think it was like the entire engineering package. So I think that was another reason was the no, but I know our main reason was because it was planning.
How do folks feel about that? Going back and revisiting City of Billings that was.
I think
Was it
personally, I feel like it's hard not to fund because planning is now an eligible use of funds and it scored really high.
It did.
So to take it out feels like you're saying we don't want to fund planning projects, but we just made it an eligible expense. Or soon to be on the network. Okay. Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Project?
It was.
All or nothing, yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of why we.
Give it a find your cost of crack, let's do it.
$87,000.
And it's a chuck and chip.
It would be the highest one we put in, right?
Yeah, maybe. It would be.
If we put the whole thing in.
Yeah. What does anybody have on their scoring sheet, what was the project rank on that one? That's out of all scores.
Do people have fun?
It's on this one, it's the number on the, should be on the first page.
Number 5.
Number-
Billings.
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah, that's a hard one if we can't partially fund it because we haven't
Uh,
funded anything at full funding except for really small requests.
Yeah, how about fully fund Gateway to Glacier, fully fund Billings Trail Net? That's top 5 are all fully funded. We do that.
I bet, sure, we gave them even like 70 or 65, and we could still probably get it done.
Like maybe we could propose and then you would call
In
it.
our city funds.
We are getting, we are getting close to having a lot of applications, which is good, but it's also, it makes a lot of work for me. That's not the only reason why I'm saying this.
Your story.
Well,
but-
you've got score on the bottom there that we haven't even discussed.
We haven't, correct.
That's part of that nine
So
nineteen.
we'll probably strip some off these bottom 4, none of those are that high dollar, I guess. But I do think it's worth having the conversation now where we still have a little wiggle room. Do we want to fully fund our top 5? And then we've switched into partial funding for the rest of these.
I kind of like it the way it is.
I'm with you.
Billings Trail Net, funding that one at full with Gateway to Glacier.
Could we
Communicate
put
with
partial
them.
number
Yeah.
in there
Take a
and
partial
just,
number.
when you talk to them, say, hey, we couldn't do the whole thing.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
have
You
that.
could have a conversation about
Kind of like the 52,000 one.
I just can't see having them, you know, I can't see bumping them up over all of the others and just granting it because they put on their application that they would
Yeah.
take partial.
And then, so what's 2/3 of that is
Why can't they take the partial?
They can fund
whatever we were at about half plus, so like.
Yeah, 60.
60,
Yeah.
or like, yeah, roughly 60%.
Full funds, they,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I feel like we wanna give them something.
Yeah,
If they, that gives them a bone, if they can work with that, I can
And if
imagine.
they say no, I would just spread those dollars.
And just, I mean, it looks like we can just set up an application.
yeah. Okay, let's look at these last 4. So outdoor community partners, planning grant for trails in the park. Trail design, not construction.
Where was this at?
Outdoor community partners.
Okay, Whitefish.
Oh, yeah. Somewhere up there.
Kind of between like fish funding walls.
Wow, why don't I remember that?
Whitefish River Trail.
Oh, yeah, that's the Whitefish River one.
River Lakes Park.
Yeah, that is a really, really cool trail, yeah, but all I can say about that.
Wonder what they
Yeah,
could
that
do.
goes from basically all the way
$15,000.
from the golf course almost all the way out to the bridge on Highway 40 and ties in with other city trails that are there. And,
And this one's planning though, right?
Just planning.
You mean out by like Grouse Mountain Lodge or something out there?
or kind of starts out there by the lodge and, or the river, cause the river, when you're on Baker Avenue, you gotta cross the river,
Right.
and there's that
Yeah.
park. And then you're paid, they're carrying that trail all the way out. Somewhere they're crossing the highway over there where the river's right alongside by the, of course, by Safeway. And then they're going out, by where the ball fields are. They're gonna get out where the hospital and the ball fields are, and then it goes down through that subdivision, so it's almost all the way to the route.
Yeah, okay, I know what you're.
So the part of it, they're tying into where like, so the ball fields, they have walking paths, they tie in and use all of those. The sidewalks and paths, and then
Looks like they would settle for about 22.5 on the partial of that. If I'm reading this right.
Yeah.
yeah, the map on it was really cool when I started looking.
CAD and concept plan.
Okay, 22.5. Friends of the Trails. Dollar amount right now is like perfect. Pending the Broadwater County one, but I think we can shake things out, so. Whether we have fund these next three or just leave them how it is and mark those three as our babies, or. It'll probably be like the last five.
I have a problem fully funding anything when we haven't fully funded anything.
Yes, I'd agree.
The Friends of the Trails, I think, was changing asphalt to concrete, wasn't it?
Yeah,
For a short distance.
In Lewiston.
Yeah.
In
110
Lewiston.
feet of concrete surfacing.
I mean, the use on it was really high, I think, right, that it was, and it's probably a viable project, it just. Hard to do it part way.
This is where the conversation of what's meaningful. comes in.
Yeah. So pull that one.
It's already a trail there.
Yeah.
They said on their partial funding that they could contract them for cement on partial. Wish they had a little more information there.
Friends of Scotchman Peaks, this is kind of similar to, Montana Long Elder, Great Burn. Wilderness folks doing trail crew leading and, trail maintenance. I think they did have a blowdown event mentioned.
This is over in your area, isn't it, Brooke?
It's like
Is this in?
way up.
Must be about, yeah. Sandpoint's the point of contact.
Yeah, like they're out of Idaho, but the work for this project's in Montana.
Oh, yeah, it's up in the Kootenai.
Yeah. They applied last year for funding and we didn't give them any. And there were another one that got feedback on the application and incorporated it.
Well, I'm all for cutting trees out of trails, so
That looks like that's what they want to
that's
do.
what they wanna do.
Do they have anything in there for partial funding?
Most important areas are personal salaries and wages as well as tool supplies. Salaries, wages is 13,400.
I wanna just give them their 13.4. That's most of what they're asking for, but they're not asking for much.
I feel like these types of groups, a little goes a really good way.
Yeah, doing a lot.
Yeah.
13.4?
Yeah,
Sure.
good job.
Just in time, my battery's about to go dead.
We're doing okay.
Yeah. Very good.
Lolo National Forest, 9 Mile Ranger District. It's a National Forest ones all kind of blended together.
45 miles of maintenance and 3/4 of the new trail.
Salaries.
How many
For a
miles of
trail
maintenance
crew.
for 20 grand?
45 miles is what they listed as total.
And that sounds cheap.
Trail youth crew.
Or youth corps. equivalent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Partially.
It's 5.
What's the person say? Highest priority we see the one employees for at least 3 months. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so little.
If it's a youth crew, they could probably get them for just their 3 months and the youth crew goes somewhere else. What's that partial fund amount?
11,000.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, let's just give them that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at 925. How does everybody feel if we call it here 4:30? If one's like City of Billings or Broadwater County can't use their partial funding, we'll run it into the other top scoring projects, other ones in the top 10. And for me to get down to that 800,000-ish mark, it's probably gonna be more like 900 with the elements of both funding we didn't use. Well, not quite 900, but. I'll just start at the bottom of the list and defund, until we get to a point where we're at how much money we have. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
You guys get it, that my partial discretion, it looks like one that we can partially fund and still make a difference.
So I think we've done a good job with what we had to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, do too.
125,000 over. Yeah, I think we're good.
So, do you have a remaining balance at all from like the 22 cycle or anything like that? That you could-
There's, guaranteed $30,000.
Okay.
And then I need to talk to budget, but I can probably come up with another 30.
Yeah.
Fairly low effort.
Reallocation.
And then we do have some left over from the elements of both category. 180,000 there. Ooh. Actually, we might need to fund a few more here.
What, can we go back to elements of both and just see what we didn't cover there?
Cause maybe you can also
Yeah.
make some of them more whole again too.
That is true.
I think we fully funded everything there because we
Did
were.
we?
We did,
Yeah.
yeah, fully funded everything. Most of these that aren't
Because
getting
we couldn't
funded.
get 20%.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I unfortunately was just deleting stuff out of this, so everything's not neatly laid out below here.
Could we more fully fund some of the non-motorized ones if there's more funding?
Yeah,
Because we have
I
quite a
think-
good list.
I really think that's what we should do. We do have a good list. I do feel like some of these high scoring ones, Gateway to Glacier, Billings Trail Net. They're in the top 5. I mean, if a score is gonna earn you good funding, like I feel like that should be earning you good funding. So between two of those, that's 80,000 right there, 60,000, I guess.
We're leaving it up to you, Hunter.
Well, now we keep going back to that same conversation again, but,
Yeah.
but also we're getting, it's a lot of, when you get more grant applications and they all get a little bit, it's a lot more work.
Oh, yeah.
And it is, for me, it's positive work because the alternative is I'm gonna have 40 phone calls wanting to know why they didn't get funding.
Now you're really gonna get 30.
So,
Yeah, now I'm only gonna get 30, so it won't matter.
so how many on your spreadsheet, I know everything's numbered, but how many have we've just eliminated and said we weren't gonna look at? Was that like the bottom 30 or the bottom 35 or? If you scroll down, we can count the numbers on the side.
Well, no, because I've been copying, this is a mouse, I've been copying and pasting, but I can quickly, do some math here.
Everybody, I'm gonna scoot because I'm on the road, going back, you're all staying, I think, but it's really good to see everybody in person. I would say you guys did a really good job today, this is impressive. Yeah, and I'm glad to see so many products.
Yeah.
I'd agree.
It's funny how we started out as panic.
Yeah. Be on listening to TV tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Well, have fun.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time.
All right, yeah.
We'll see, next year we'll have 300.
Yes.
Then how many applications are you gonna have?
Yeah, right.
You keep hammering that, Bob. We're counting on you. Yeah.
Well, you can't count on me much this session, but, yeah,
Sure, I mean-
we'll be talking about.
You might be handing your phone number out for a few.
No, so you'll know, your two staff people from administration finance today. That was good to see, because I lost some faith in the department, frankly, before the last session, because we knew there was more money coming into the fund. But they didn't go after it. They stayed at the 2 million, and that made a few of us not very happy. But now the fact that they looked into it and the spreadsheet she showed us today, they're no denying, it looks like 2025, 3.3 million, $3,375,000 between the two programs is in the pot. So there'll be no excuse for the department not to go after the full funding to the governor this year.
Can you keep it in there though? Can you keep that top line there? That's the question. How about?
Well,
You did it last session, let's see what we can do. So
we'll just have to keep close track.
Right.
On what the department sends. And I got a good feeling today from those two that were here. I think they'll be more open to letting us know what they know. Under the previous director, Mr. Temple, and certain other staff in the department, it was harder than hell to find anything out. And I get a different feeling. I got a different feeling today. So we'll just have to keep our eye on it, and we'll let them know, the Trails Coalition will let the department know, the director know, that we'd like to see full funding, let's put it that way.
I do think that the information that was presented is being taken into consideration by the department. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Doug Habram and I went and met with the acting state parks administrator. What, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, because we had that information from the Legislative Fiscal Bureau. And she hadn't even seen that information yet. I gave her a copy of the Fiscal Bureau report, showed how much it had actually come in. And then I sat in electronically on one of the State Parks and Recreation Board meetings. I talked to the chair of the Parks and Recreation Board beforehand. And he brought up, imagine about going for full funding and how much money was available. And the acting administrator at that point made the comment that, well, we don't have the applications coming in, it'd be silly to go after more money.
Oh,
I couldn't believe she said that, and I just said, boy, did she tip her hand that one. Didn't do any good. I mean, that's what they did. They went after the 2 million, but yeah, I never forgot that major mistake.
I think you got the applications.
So anyway, yeah, I got a better feeling about things today.
Last thing on this scoring, just quick numbers. We're funding 48 applications. Last year, I think we funded 41, if I'm remembering right.
Same percentage. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's a good number. 29 non-motorized, 4 elements of both, 15 motorized.
And do we still need to juggle some numbers to make your numbers work then?
It'll be a little bit different depending on what those folks say on the partial funding.
Okay.
How that rolls over from elements of both and how much I can scrounge up left over from previous year's authority.
Okay.
I tend to think that, yeah, it'll mean just adding more funding to some of these.
Okay.
And I'd just do that proportionately from the top down unless there's a reason just to fully fund something if we're close or. We can do that here if you want to stay for another 22 minutes.
We had
close to 5.
Close enough.
Adjourn.
22 minutes. I also just realized in the elements of both tab, I had 1 or 2 applications that I meant to copy paste over and didn't. So I'll see where they fit in that scoring matrix and. Depending on where they landed, maybe or maybe not shoehorn them in. This Echo Lake Trails Association is probably the only one that will make a difference. This, it scored at 38, so. We were funding ones at 36, so it'd probably need to get shoehorned in there somewhere.
Okay.
That's a grooming shed.
It was a
Storage shed.
Yeah, grooming shed for cross-country ski trails.
But it was a right price and everything.
Right.
It was a good investment, wasn't a $400,000.
Yeah.
Grooming shed.
Just wasn't an elements of both project and I didn't get it added back in.
Whitefish gets really nice
Yeah, this is an MQS building, but
Yeah, there you go. MQS building, yeah.
And they got, you know, I mean,
that's their.
funding from both.
Yeah. Leave it in homes.
I need a map. Yes.
You're not alone. I woke up at 3:30 this morning.
Okay, so.
That's why I had this with me.
We all have this.
I was like, wow, that's intense.
Here at 8 o'clock, huh?
So for the sake of this recording, because we have been recording here, I think I'm gonna close the meeting as far as this recording and folks online. A reminder that tomorrow's meeting starts bright and early at 8 AM. We really want to try and get out of here by noon, especially with the impending storm, I guess, for tomorrow. Yeah. So meeting back here, yeah, so folks online, thank you so much for joining. There will also be public comment again tomorrow at 8:45 AM. I'm gonna go ahead and log off here and we can keep discussing hotel information stuff if you're in the room. All right, thank you, bye.
Thanks, everybody.
So tell us.